I think I'm live. I guess I'll find out in a minute. Hi, guys. Come on in. Welcome. Sorry I didn't have an intro. I decided to use StreamYard because we're going to be looking at a video. And the last time I used StreamYard with a video, it sounded amazing. So I'm like, if it's not broke, don't fix it. Hopefully you guys can hear me good. Let's see who's here. Come on in. This was a very last minute live. I did Cuff You is here. Look at that. I was literally just going to say I didn't even get a chance to tell Cuff You to let me text her, but she got the message because she's here. Hi, guys. I just saw my face in the beginning. That was actually pretty funny. Hi, a wise woman. Hi, Casey. Hi, Tony. Who's here? Let's see. Harlot's here. Hi, Harlot. Tony, wise woman, Key Ivy's here. My girlfriend Truth is here. Birdie, what is up, Birdie? Yes. Awesome. Awesome. Oh, this is my Dr. Vona approved. There you go. Love it. How you guys doing? Well, come on in. Tonight we are going to look at an interview with Chris Cuomo. So we did an interview with Mackenzie Shirilla, and I did a reaction to her video, and I'm like, wait, I never did a reaction to Steve. So that's what we're going to do tonight. There's just so many different Mackenzie Shirilla lives. I can't even. Harlot made it. Hi, Harlot. Hi, Fancy Nancy. Hi, guys. You caught this by accident, Fancy Nancy? Well, I just put it up about 20 minutes ago, so I'm happy that you caught it by accident. Yes, you guys, come on in. Did anybody catch me the other night on YouTube Streets? I should do a reaction to that one. It's so cool. So cool. So people are saying, oh, you're at the beach house. I'm like, why are people saying lucky you? That is good. Nice. You're working from there. It's freezing. It's free. You know what? I thought that too. Isn't it quite cold this summer? I feel like this summer is way colder. I had a little bit of a moment. You guys, I really think I'm like, I don't know, menopausal or something. I get like upset over the weirdest things. I hate admitting it when Truth's here because she's been telling me for a year. And I tell her to go scratch all the time. And the truth is, she's right. So let me share this. Here we go. Perfect. Let's see how we want to do this. We could put me there. Let's see, what are our options? Oh, that's too big of me. That's me by myself. That's really small. And there goes just that. Oh, this is the one thing I miss about StreamYard. There's way more options about like where you can put yourself when doing a video. Like, look, I could go up here. We could do this. There's all different things. All right, I'm liking that way too much. I really need to stop and just pick one. Let's pick. We'll do this one for now. That way we have. Oh, that looks really little, doesn't it? It's all right. Oh, look, it's letting me make it bigger. That was cool. Let's go back to where we were. Okay, let me just put this on and just stop because I could sit here and play with this all night and we're not going to do that. So you guys, everybody go over to Chris Cuomo and hit like and subscribe to the Chris Cuomo Project. This was originally aired on June 5th, 2026. So it is, almost, it's over a month old. It says a month when you go on it, but it seems like it might be a little bit over that. So we're going to skip through a little bit in the beginning. We're going to get right to here, and we are going to start in 1 second. So tonight we are going to react to the complete interview between Chris Cuomo and Steve Shirilla. So we're going to go through this whole thing. So buckle in, you guys. Steve's central argument here is remarkably consistent. He accepts that the evidence accelerated the pedal was down, that Mackenzie didn't brake during the event data recording window. What he rejects is a leap from those facts to purpose. So his position is that the state showed that the car did. The state showed that the car did, but it never showed why it happened. So we have the actual evidence piece that shows there's an actual picture of the car with the brake light on. But the more I think we learn about it, the more we believe that it could be due to a safety feature, but I'm not sure. So we'll have to keep looking into that. So this is a meaningful distinction though, but it's not automatically reasonable doubt, right? We know that they did start the habeas corpus filing, and I wonder how much Chris Cuomo had to do with that, honestly. And what I mean by that is his interviewing with the parents and him saying, I think you should do this or that type thing, I think might have influenced this, and just in my opinion. We're going to see here that the real issue is whether the conduct and the surrounding evidence supports the inference beyond a reasonable doubt, and whether the alternatives Steve's raised are supported possibilities or merely just imaginable possibilities. I also want us to watch Steve psychologically. So we're not going to diagnose him, but we are going to see, you know, how he loves his daughter. He does. We're going to see that he has grief with this whole thing, maybe not for the right people, for his daughter, in my opinion. He gets very defensive. We're going to see that. We're going to see distrust. Ivy, thank you. You are a queen. I forgot on StreamYard, you guys, I can actually highlight the jewels. That's the one cool thing about StreamYard. You can highlight your jewels. So thank you so very much, Ivy. I do appreciate you. Hi, Andrea, just in time. We didn't even start yet. I'm just doing the beginning here. So come on in. Again, I want us to look at Steve psychologically when you see this, and defensiveness is a huge one here. We're going to see a lot of defensiveness. Thank you so much, a wise woman. I appreciate you. I also want us to see that we're going to see that he has a lot of distrust. Okay. He has a lot of parental identity here. So you could feel the identity that being Mackenzie's dad, if you will, puts. We're also going to see cognitive dissonance. For some reason, and I did an entire show which I labeled cognitive dissonance, because I feel like cognitive dissonance is one of the themes that we see over and over and over again in this case. So I feel like cognitive dissonance are the words that I always go back to. For anybody that's not sure what cognitive dissonance is, real quick, it's when you have two competing thoughts about the same thing. For example, you know that smoking causes lung cancer while you're smoking a cigarette, right? So on one hand, so you have two competing thoughts. On one hand, you know the dangers of smoking. On the other hand, you're like, I'm nervous. It helps me calm down. I'll deal with it tomorrow type thing. So, and what we do is when we have cognitive dissonance, when we have these two competing thoughts, we just naturally try to, we'll try to diminish one or make it like rationalize it, if you will. So for example, the smoking example, you might say something like, oh, well, you know what? It takes so many years before that happens anyway. I'll worry about it tomorrow. Today I'm stressed and it's getting me through the day, and that type thing. So that's what happens with cognitive dissonance. Last, real quick, I know, I want us to remember Dominic Russo and Davian Flanagan. We want them to remain central. So they're not props in a debate over Mackenzie's character or Steve's parenting. Two young men died, and any discussion of alternative explanations must remain respectful of that irreversible fact. So there you go. Talk amongst yourselves about it. Let's get it started.
Clothes kind of stuff, or just being out of place. They have to be in a certain area at certain times. Sometimes she's out of place. So I'm not in there, so I can't say for. She's not violent. There's no fighting. It's not like that at Marysville.
What do you want us to know about the allegations made by the ex-inmate who says she was your daughter's lover and that your daughter has girlfriends? What do you make of that?
I don't know anything about that. I'm not feeding that. It's not what I want to be here to talk about. I don't know. Again, I can't speak for that. You can't believe everything you hear.
Let me tell you why I ask. I don't care if your daughter has girlfriends or not. Doesn't matter to me at all. However, if I were her parent, I would know.
It doesn't matter to me. She's in there. That's her life. I can't. Nothing I can say or do is going to change anything she does in there. Look, she's almost 21 now. She's been in jail for almost 4 years now. I mean, all I can say is she's doing the best she can, and there's nothing I can do or say that's going to alter where she is or at this point.
Let's talk.
Like the cigarette. So real quick before they talk about the next thing here, I do think it's interesting that Chris opens up with this. I'm like, oh, how about I almost talked with why I was on mute. My apologies. I did say Casey said that she's lighting her cigarette as I say that, so that's funny. But here, you guys, Steve is defensive right here, right? So Chris asks, and this is the thing. I'm wondering, was this a good move on Chris Cuomo's part? Because, and I really like Chris Cuomo. I think that he means well. I feel like he's got, good intentions. I respect that. My thing is, if I were part of his team, I would have told him to hold off on this for a little bit. I think by bringing that out in the very beginning, in my opinion, the way that we see how Steve is so defensive from this point forward, and it's right at the beginning of the video, I'm wondering if it's because Chris said, if this were my daughter, it's not that it matters, but I would know about it. So what does that say to me? That says to me that Steve may have heard that as you're not as close to your daughter type thing. Like, does she not confide in you the way that, most daughters would confide in us? So I do think that was quite interesting. What's up, Travis? Where have you been, Travis? So glad you made it.
About that. And just so you know, Steve, I don't know what you know about me. I have no agenda here. I'm not here to judge your daughter. That's already been done, right? I want to understand things that were left very open-ended and that are conflicting.
Okay.
However, I will give you the opportunity to deal with judgment. The reason I asked the question about what you know and what you don't is, as a father, and we have kids the same age, aren't you supposed to think that what you say will matter to your daughter and that you should know and you should have some kind of hand in her major decisions?
Yes, of course. But she ultimately makes that decision. I mean, I can just be there to advise and be there for her. And if she's got questions, and help her. I can lead the horse to water, but I can't make it drink, So I was up until 17, I raised a strong, fierce, loyal kid. Who didn't like bullies, who stuck up for her friends. I mean, I thought I was doing a great job. She's got a big heart, and I know as soon as I say that and this goes out there, the trolls in this world are going to crucify me like they've been, which is part of the reason why I wasn't sure about coming on this podcast. She's got a big heart, and as her father, there is no way that my daughter crashed that car on purpose to hurt Dominic or Davion. It is an absolute story narrated by the prosecution. It's not.
Okay, so real quick, I have to stop here because I thought that this was interesting. So, Chris Cuomo presses Steve a little bit further on his influence and says, should a parent know and have a hand in major decisions? So Steve says that he can advise but can't control an almost 21-year-old. So that is true. But when he moves backwards and says that he raised a strong, fierce, loyal child with a big heart, and therefore she could not have in any way intentionally hurt Dominic or Davion, that's when I'm like, wait, what? So this is the first major reasoning problem with Steve, in my opinion. Pro-social qualities and harmful behavior can absolutely coexist. So a person can be loyal in one context, protective in another, and dangerous during acute conflict. So saying she had a big heart may be sincere, and it could even be accurate. Let's just say that it is, right? But it can't function as exculpatory evidence by itself. And I think that that's one of the things that I think Steve, in my opinion, wishes could happen. He also says, well, we're going to see that in a second. I don't think we got to that note. I have little notes here.
Not true. It never has. And there's no evidence, zero evidence to support any of that.
There is evidence that we can discuss if you want. It's interesting. You leave your daughter out of that equation. Do you think there's a chance she crashed into that school to hurt herself?
No, not at all. Not one bit. Not one bit. She loved life.
Your daughter was
no
not
chance
suicidal.
Not at all. Not at all. We even had somebody after the crash did a suicide test on her, or a questionnaire with her, and that person said that she was not suicidal. And if my daughter was suicidal, my wife would know. And if my wife talked with my daughter about everything. My daughter told my wife everything. There's no way she wasn't suicidal before. She's not suicidal after. That is an absolute fabrication. It's a lie.
Okay, so you guys, so Steve says she was never, and cites a pro-crash screening there, right? But a later screening may tell us about the risk at the time. So it does not retroactively prove her internal state during the crash. At the same time, the lack of a known suicidal history is relevant, in my opinion, because it makes a planned suicide interpretation less straightforward. So relevant is not dissipative. So this is the word of the night. So certainly watch the language here. He says things like not at all, not one bit. It's an absolute fabrication, a lie. So Steve's not merely reporting about what he knows. He's closing the category. So psychologically, certainty reduces distress. If someone that is out to take their own life, if that's impossible, then so is taking someone else's life and then taking your life on top of it. And in my opinion, I think whether subconsciously or consciously, that has to be a part of why Steve does this. So if, because then we would be able to look at this as, we would be able to conceptualize it as an injustice rather than as a terrifying behavior done by the child that he, I said gave birth to, I'm thinking in my head, but you know what I mean, that he fathered. That's the word.
Big understanding from people is that when it comes to you and your wife, you were too permissive, too lenient, too nonchalant. In general, what do you make of that? And then we'll pick it apart. We asked her that you're going to get mentored.
Life. And how do you say anything about me? How are you judging me without knowing me? Was I lenient on some things? Yes. Was I harder on some things? Yes. I was raising my kid how I felt best at the time that I made decisions. I'm not a bad parent. I picked fights that I felt would help her, and I picked fights that I didn't want to fight with her, and I let her go, and I made her make her own decisions. And she was almost an adult. She's almost 18 at that point. My daughter was a lot like me. I learned things by doing them, and rather than being told, don't touch the stove. I had to go touch the stove to figure out that it was hot, not that I was told that it was hot. It's that kind of an analogy, I guess. If anyone that knows us knows that we weren't doing all that. We were. I don't know. It's laughable that the people think what they think about us, and if you're not, and I look at it this way: if you're not in my boat, then it really doesn't matter what you think as the people. I mean, anyone that doesn't know me should keep their mouth shut. Personally,
you guys, he is so defensive, right? And I put it a little bit louder for my microphone, so hopefully that fixes it. But if you're having a problem hearing it, like jump out real quick and jump right back in, and that usually will fix it. So you guys, okay, so this is where I understand Steve emotionally, but I still disagree with part of his reasoning. So parents absolutely pick battles. No parent can control every choice that a 17-year-old, 21-year-old, you're not going to be able to control everything. You just have to hope that you raise that child with enough, with the ability to think through the consequences of their actions. That's going to be a big one here, right? So I could not stop her is what he says, though. So at the same time, this this is important to me. He not only says that I couldn't stop her, but he also says that therefore firm limits would have been pointless. I find a problem with that, right? So parenting adolescents is influence under conditions of decreasing control. So the influence still matters, even when compliance is not guaranteed. So his stove analogy that he just gave, this is also revealing, in my opinion. Mackenzie had to touch the stove to learn it was hot. The problem here is that some adolescents' risks do not permit a lesson afterwards. So driving while impaired, or driving at a high speed, or having a volatile conflict in a moving car, all of these can carry irreversible consequences. Natural consequences are not an appropriate teaching method when the natural consequence may be death. So let me repeat that again, and this is my opinion. Natural consequences are not an appropriate teaching method when the natural consequence may be death. Okay, let's keep going.
Very bothered by it, though, Steve.
I'm a fighter by nature, and if I no one would be happy about this. It does bother me that this is overshadowing what really is going on with my daughter, and what went on during the trial, and the bind over trial, and the lack of evidence. That's my problem with this. What's happening with me is just smoke and mirrors. What the stuff against my wife is smoke and mirrors. It's nonsense that has nothing to do with how the Cuyahoga County Prosecution's Office.
I can't help myself. Isn't smoke and mirrors his daughter's favorite thing? Just saying. When I heard him say smoke and mirrors, I was like, I should have made my thumbnail smoke and mirrors and had like a bunch of smoke, like, and then mirrors all over, because they're literally Mackenzie's two favorite things.
Office failed to prove that my daughter did this with purpose, prior calculation or intent. That's it, and then.
Well, not to jump around too much, but I will argue to you that part of the reason that to make that case is because of choices by your daughter's team with what they didn't make the case.
Absolutely.
They left the THC in her system out of the equation.
Absolutely.
And certainly the prosecution didn't want to argue diminished capacity because they want the hard crime. They want the intent, and they had the data. Your counsel ostensibly picked a bench trial.
Yeah, well, no.
We'll talk about.
That's not true. What happened was, me and my wife were not allowed to be in there with her when she made that choice. I told my daughter to do a jury trial. When he asked her, she said jury trial, and he strong-armed her and told her, "You're going against my best judgment." Blah blah blah.
Why?
He felt the judge wouldn't be biased. He thought the judge, who had been sitting on that bench for as many years as she had, would be fair, and that's not what went on.
Why was he afraid of the jury?
He wasn't afraid of the jury. He thought the judge would be a better gauge in this for whatever reason.
Were you aware, because, after she makes the decision, you can also change the decision before the proceeding begins, that very, very, very few people in your daughter's situation choose a bench trial. And even though statistically judges convict less often, it's because the cases that they do are usually hyper-technical. And my understanding of the pleadings, and the lawyer has been very quiet about their deliberation process, was they thought they could win on the data. So the judge would be a better arbiter of that. And that to me was a gross error.
My understanding, because I wasn't in the court the whole time, the lawyer kept me out of the courtroom. He was going to use me as a witness.
I think I did fix it. You guys, I just think I made myself louder and then quieter. But let me know if that reflected right in the in what you guys hear. So I think I made them lower and me louder, but let me know if I did it until I hear what you guys have to say, because we're about like 20 minutes, 20 seconds, 20 minutes, 20 seconds away. I'll keep going here real quick. So We reach the bench trial here. Steve reports that Mackenzie initially wanted a jury and that counsel strongly urged a bench trial and that her parents were not present for that decision. That is a reported claim, so it raises a legitimate strategic question, but it does not itself establish coercion or ineffective counsel, in my opinion. Maybe Travis is here. Maybe Travis says attorney strong-armed her. That is so funny, Travis, because I just looked up to see what you were going to say. So that's telling that that's what Travis says. Hey, Aloy, I hope I said that right. That's so funny. Not a basis for any of her appeals, was it? She was pressured to waive a jury. So her dad tries to say that because she was 18 at the time, that they had very little say because she was considered an adult. So I think what they're trying to say is that they just trusted their paid lawyer. So this wasn't even, the court appointed attorney. They paid for this attorney. So I feel like the parents should have been able to speak to him a little bit. You know what I mean? Or she should have been able to waive that. If that were me, I would have been like, you can talk to my parents about anything. Like, I want their input. I don't know. Now you can barely hear me. Okay, let me try this. Because I love it. I'm just going to put it louder. Tell me if that's better. It might make them a little bit louder. I'm not sure. You said, oh, yeah, I'm not going to press any more buttons. I put it back to where it was. So you guys let me know if that helped at all. I put it back up. Okay, so can you guys hear me? Now I'm afraid, but I'm trying not to get distracted by it. Hey, Sirius. Look at Sirius coming out with everybody at once. Sirius is like, I'm going to get all the peoples all at once. I love that. Okay, so let's see. Truth, I remember that, but the gap is huge. In order, oh, then the video blasts the whole house. Not good. Oh, we can hear you, says Harlot. Oh, well, that's good. I'm not going to press any more buttons. You're better in sound, no worries. Perfect. Okay, 10% smarter than the microphone, you guys. That's all I have to be.
Do you think that's going to be set up for his cucumbers?
No, if he didn't make it tonight before he went to bed, he's not going to make it. Yeah, you're good. Gianna grew cucumbers and now she's making pickles. I know. You'll have to, here, look, you guys. She's so excited. These are, oh my gosh, that's your cucumber?
Yeah.
Holy crap, you guys.
Grew that with my own two hands, everyone.
Wow, that's going to be a pickle.
I can't.
That's going to be a serious pickle. So let's get back to this real quick. So this is where I understand, but disagree with his reasoning, right? So again, he says that parents should pick their battles. I'm sorry, back to the bench trial, because we already talked about parents picking their battles. My point there was is that the parents here, in my opinion, should have been a part of some of this decision making, being that they were the ones fitting the bill. That's all I'm trying to say there. And this is just my opinion. But when talking about Mackenzie wanting a jury and that counsel strong-armed her into the bench trial and that her parents were not present for the decision, that's a reported claim, right? So it raises legitimate strategic question, but it doesn't by itself establish coercion or ineffective counsel. A competent attorney may strongly recommend a bench trial in technical cases. However, the constitutional question is whether the waiver was knowing, intelligent, and voluntary, not whether the mom and dad agreed with it. Right, Travis? Bind over, not hungover. Boom, says Travis. There you go, Travis. Yes. Oh, Heidi's here. Hey, Heidi. Okay, so Cuomo's theory is that the defense expected a judge to understand the EDR evidence better than a jury. So that's plausible, you guys, but the transcript does not give us counsel's explanation. So we should resist trying to be the lawyer in his absence. So Steve's disappointment is evidence of his experience, not proof of malpractice, in my opinion again, okay? Steve's complaints also become very specific here. He's going to talk about the medical record. So that's this next part.
I would hope that he looked at the evidence and saw that there was none that pointed to her being a murderer.
Was I muted? Can we go back a few seconds, says Travis? Of course we can. All right, let's see.
That to me was a gross error.
My understanding, because I wasn't in the court the whole time, the lawyer kept me out of the courtroom. He was going to use me as a witness. I would hope that he looked at the evidence and saw that there was none that pointed to her being a murder or being felonious assault. He didn't see any evidence, and I'm hoping that's what he saw. But hindsight's 2020 now. He didn't do anything for her. In fact, at the end of this trial, he told me to throw him under the bus.
The new counsel in their pleadings, at least, are arguing ineffective counsel.
Yeah,
which is common. But I think that there is a basis here that could be argued.
Yes, he didn't put any of her medical records in. He didn't put any of the text messages that would have refuted some of the prosecution's evidence. He didn't do anything other than sit there and play with his pen. And mind you, I've never been in a murder trial. This is all new to me, so I'm not really sure how to gauge it. I didn't have a whole lot of advice from anybody. But he did nothing, absolutely nothing. The only time he did something was in the bindover trial when he was questioning the detective, and he had the detective reeling because the detective had to take a break because he was all exacerbated over it. He asked the detective at one point, "What do you think happened?" The detective's comment was, "I don't know." And I don't know why our lawyer or her lawyer didn't turn to that judge and say, "Motion to dismiss," because how does the guy who's finding all this evidence, all this hard evidence, not know what happened? Okay.
Did it surprise you that?
So before we go further with that, you guys, I actually saw a clip of that, or I read it. Either one, it's in my memory. So that did happen. That the detective said, "I don't know what happened." I thought that was weird too. But Steve's complaints first become real specific when he talks about the medical records not being included, that the text that allegedly contradicted the states were omitted, and that the defense case was short and counsel did not use a detective's statement that he did not know what happened. Specifically, improves their claim, but we still need the trial record, which we now have, and a counsel strategy before deciding whether an omission was prejudicial or whether it was just a deficit in their strategy, right? So the detective saying, "I don't know what happened," is not a motion to dismiss. And I think Travis would back me on that, right? Investigators rarely witness an internal event. A crime case can be circumstantial. The important questions, not whether the detective could narrate every single second, it's whether the admissible evidence supports each required element. I did some of my legal research before I came on here. So Steve also treats the adult bindover as proof that the system ignored rehabilitation. Bindover is a legal decision governed by statutory facts and the record. His belief that vehicular homicide was the only fair charge is advocating for his child, right? But that's an advocacy position. It's not a legal conclusion that the courts reached. However, the defense choices matter enormously. If reliable pre-incident POTS records, contradictory text, or relevant reconstruction evidence exist and were not used, those admissions deserve legal analysis. The word "if," though, that's the word that we need to look at here. If. So we need documents, not just his outrage.
The bindover trial, as you're referring to it, for the people listening and watching, is the legal proceeding where you decide which court it's going to be in, juvenile or adult.
Yes,
and the decision here was made to try her as an adult. That surprised you?
Yes. Yeah. She was 17 when this happened. It was an accident. There's 4.74 seconds of black box information and nothing else. That's all it is. It's car information. It's nonlinear car information, which doesn't say what was happening in the car. It doesn't say what her state of mind was. It doesn't say what talk was going on in the car. It's nothing. They've got 4 seconds of a minute and a half drive, and that's what they based this whole on. And then miscellaneous speculation on their part. Storytelling. They said a story, and just because they said it, it's evidence. That's what it amounts to. They like the judge's summation. She went on and on. "Oh, you're hell on wheels. You picked that road. You woke those boys up." My daughter didn't do any of that.
How do you know?
It's just not true. The judge made up a story for her summation, and based on what the prosecution's narrative is, and none of it's in the evidence. It's just not there. There's no hard evidence that says prior content or prior calculation, intent, or purpose. It's just not there. It's not there. And my understanding is you're a lawyer, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I've talked to several lawyers, and every single lawyer has said that the prosecution's case was weak. And unfortunately, in Cuyahoga County, binding over, I guess, is you need this much of maybe evidence to get it bound over. My daughter's case should have never left that juvenile court. She should have been.
He's wrong. Let me tell you why. Because we did an entire live the other night and we read the bind over decision. And what we learned from that, if anybody remembers and was paying attention, is that the grand jury found that there was a crime that rose to murder here, right? They did not found the very top murder charge. It was like it was like something where, you premeditated it before type thing. The judge in the juvenile court said, no, I don't see evidence of that. But the grand jury did find evidence of the other lesser charges, which included murder that she got. And because of that, if she was 16 or 17, it automatically gets bound over to the adult courts by law. So the judge, it's not something that the judge could have just said, you know what, I see what the grand jury said, but I think I'm just going to leave it here. See what I mean? He's conflating murder and regular murder. That's what I'm trying to say here too, Travis. So the judge found that the premeditated murder, like first degree type murder, was not, I don't know what the word would be, but that they didn't find enough evidence of that, or that the prosecution didn't provide enough evidence of that. However, everything else, including what she was charged and convicted of, was included. And Travis, tell me if I'm wrong, but that was the deciding factor. Once the grand jury finds her, finds probable cause there, then it no longer was up to the judge. The fact that she was 17, it was almost like a formula. If you're 16 or 17 and, the grand jury says that you may have committed any of these sets of crimes, and there's like a couple of them, that it automatically gets bound over to the adult court. So Steve should have probably done even half of the research that we did, which actually surprises me, you guys. I noticed this about both of the parents. I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but I feel like they almost relish in the fact that they don't know all the legal things. It's weird. I almost feel like in this position, wouldn't you know everything that you possibly could? I feel like we even know as a group here more. So I don't know. If she's willing to drive full speed and motive. So that's a great question. So Dr. Vona, can we discuss the psychology of the offender? So how about this? I'm working on a whole live that's just the psychology of Mackenzie Shirilla and everything she went into. I already did a video about the developmental factors, but absolutely. So I've done a lot of lives on this, but go back after we're done this, Alloy, and there's a few of them. Look at the one I did a whole one on cluster B personality disorders and related it there too. So there's plenty of information I already put out there, but I will answer your question. So if she's willing to drive full speed and motive, what would be the psychology behind that? And again, this is just my opinion. There's no diagnosis here, but I do think that we see a lot of behaviors consistent with some of the cluster B personality disorders, namely borderline, histrionic, and narcissism. Some may even argue the antisocial, but I'm just going to stick with the other real quick. With that, one of the things here with borderline, let's take borderline personality, for example, and again, not diagnosing her, just see a lot of consistent behaviors with the behavior patterns of somebody that may develop that, because we have not may develop it. It's long standing, but you wouldn't even diagnose this until somebody's over 18. So it's not like this would have been a diagnosis that she would have even been able to have beforehand, right? So with that, what I would say is, if we do a borderline personality characteristics, we're looking at the core of fear of abandonment. That says to me, right, well, not only just a fear of abandonment, but we have a person with an inability to regulate emotion. And that's the other biggest part here, right? So there might be an impulsivity, and there's also an ability to get from 0 to 100 quite quickly. We don't know what happened in that car. Anything that may have made her feel like abandonment was the end result could have been, I mean, that and impulsivity together could have caused a recipe for disaster. Do you know what I mean? Now, I would not be surprised. There's a couple things that I keep open. I keep open everything from her being impulsive, feeling abandoned, and making an impulsive decision in that moment, all the way to her showing off in a way. And this might sound crazy to some of you, but is there a possibility of her flying down that street thinking, whether it be like, you know, showing off how fast she could drive, or even she says to her mom in one of the jail calls, and I think it was telling, that she wished they called her friend Kendra up. I think it was yeah, Kendra up to the stand, because apparently there was a time when Kendra, Mackenzie, and Dom, and again, this is allegedly is coming from Mackenzie, but she tells her mom, like, Kendra can validate this. Why isn't she going up there and saying something? But apparently a few weeks before, Mackenzie drops a blunt in the car and Dom gets mad at her. And again, this is just Mackenzie's story. I'm not saying that this is, you know, exactly what happened. This is just what she tells her mom in the jail call, that he got mad at her and that he starts flying, and she had a friend in the car. She literally says to her mom, I had a friend in the car and he was trying to scare us. And then he slows down after he flies. What if she was doing something similar, thinking that at the last minute she would just slow down, but doesn't? But again, I don't know that that happened. In my head, it could have been that just as much as it could have been her having an impulsive moment, feeling a fear of abandonment, and just making an impulsive decision in that moment, almost like an all or nothing type thing. So that's just a little bit of what I think there. So Heidi says, I think they're used to explaining Mackenzie's bad behavior and they thought they could do it here. Heidi, boom, 1,000%. If you guys see, even since, and I've been saying that from the beginning too, right, that all they do is, not all they do, but whenever needed, they go to and get Mackenzie's back right away, which I will say as a parent, and as many of you are parents, yes, would we stick up for our kids in certain situations? Sure. You might even tell your kid, like, you know, you're lucky I just stuck up for you because you're wrong, or even whatever the case may be behind their back. The problem here is that when it's just them, in my opinion, they never have that talk where I'd be like, you know, I have your back, but you're dead wrong here. Like, you can't do that. I don't feel like they ever have those things. So with them, I feel like even when you listen to the jail calls, the mom is constantly saying to Mackenzie, but Mackenzie, this wasn't your fault. This isn't your fault. I'm so sorry, baby. I'm sorry, baby. That's what she says to her. I'm so sorry you're going through this. Like, all these things. And it's like, there's no accountability. And I do think that that plays into it. All right, let's get back to this real quick.
Charged with two counts of vehicular homicide, and that's it. And that's it. Simple as that.
Well, it's actually statistically, if you look it up, a couple of things. It's easy for anybody to say anything when it's not their case. Hindsight's 20/20.
Yep.
A bind over trial, most juveniles get tried as juveniles. It is the exception that they get bound over into adult court, because there's a presumption that kids can be rehabilitated in a way that adults cannot. They did not find that with your daughter. What does that mean to you?
They should have. Why they should have? There was no evidence to support the charges. There's none. There was none. The prosecution came up with that she's a dangerous society and blah blah blah, and there was no proof of that. They said that she had no remorse. They never spoke to her. I mean,
so one quick thing, and then we'll keep going about what the evidence was and why. Look, if they had brought in that she was intoxicated with the THC, if they had gone to a jury trial, if she had testified, this may have been a very different situation. However, those decisions weren't made. But just so people know, is that your wife that I'm hearing who's with you there?
Yeah. Yes.
Now, look, that's totally fine. Tell her I said hello. She is welcome to join. She's welcome to join. I didn't want to box her out, just so you know. I'm welcome if she wants to talk. She's welcome.
She's sorry. I don't mean to smile and make light of this. She's my producer. She doesn't want me to say something that. Okay.
She is free to say whatever she wants, however she wants, and if she wants to join, that's fine by me. I'm just putting it out.
You guys, was that weird? Right? Isn't that a little bit weird? He's like, I don't mean to laugh, but she's my producer. What? I think she goes on to tell Chris Cuomo later on that she wasn't camera ready. And although some people took that as though she meant like she wasn't prepared, I took it very literal. What do you guys think? What's up? How would I say that? Vacay. I love that vacay. That's great. But you guys, what did you think about that? Right? I don't know. That was a little much.
There. Steve, just to explain who we're hearing. Social people who are the link. Morgan and to you, parent, because we're not in a rush here. So
Okay.
The allegation was, okay, you did it your way. 17-year-old living outside the house with a 20-year-old, unusual. 17-year-old gets in trouble at school, known as a bully. You don't seem to care. Those are the suggestions about her. They sicken you. Why?
Because it's not true. She wasn't a bully. She wasn't a bully. She stuck up for herself. She stuck up for her friends. Period. That's it. She wasn't a bully. That is just lies, and it's a lie. I can't even. It's frustrating to hear it because I can't prove it. Can't ask sitting in jail.
Well, look, she's welcome to come on whenever she wants.
But
I just closed something, made it lag a little bit, so I do apologize. That was my fault. The reason I was like, oh my God, because when he just said about not being a bully, I literally am almost done all of the jail calls. I only have a few more. And one of the ones that I did last night, she is bullying somebody, in my opinion, in jail 100%. She literally is like, shut up to this lady. She's like, shut up. And she starts making fun of her. And then another inmate tells this lady to shut up, and her and Mackenzie start laughing, and Mackenzie's like, was that you? Did you hear me? And she's like, yeah. She's like, tell her to shut up, and like all this stuff. And I'm like, she's still bullying behind bars. So yeah, like, are you serious? And that's the thing. That's what you're all saying in chat too. Like literally everybody in chat's like, wait, what are you talking about? She was a bully. Like, and this isn't, I feel like this isn't even allegedly. If you just listen to the jail call, you could see that the bullying even went with her into jail. Like, if you don't call what she was doing on this jail call bullying, I don't know what bullying is. I'll have to release it later on after we're done this so you guys could hear what I'm talking about. I mean, it is unreal. And that is in jail. That's not even beforehand. We have we have a bunch of records from when she was in high school. There was once that the cops got involved over a Dorito chip. Like, ma'am, right, Heidi? Ma'am, we remember. Okay.
it's just not true. It's half of a story or part of a story, or it's just not true. It's not completely true.
Were you aware of what was said in the documentary from the school experiences of how she was described by some people, and where do you think that came from?
I can't explain it. Look, was she an angel? No. Did she have a problem with authority sometimes? I believe when she felt she was being unjustly treated, she stuck up for herself. That's the simple fact. And the documentary, anyways, they weren't necessarily honest with us and what they were going to use and how they were going to portray us in that documentary. Some of my comments, which all my comments were true. Anything I said, I meant. But they were part of a longer dialogue. They were part more of a, it wasn't just, I just didn't spew that statement.
I understand.
There was a reason that statement came out. Okay?
Well, this is unedited. It will air in full.
Okay.
Just as it is, which is why I wanted to explain your wife's voice, just so people know.
Okay.
The documentary, something that I keep hearing, and I'll be honest, it didn't register with me when I saw the documentary. As you can see by what I'm wearing, I don't think that much about clothing. But you wore a T-shirt that said "Boom" in a documentary about a car crash.
No. Well, I wore a shirt that represented a YouTuber called Drip Drop from Crime Circus. And this guy or this person on this YouTuber has been supporting my daughter right from almost from day one. He puts posts up all the time saying that she's been mistreated and there was there was an injustice involved, and he puts all kind of stuff out there. He's been an advocate for the past 3.5 years. So it was my way of saying thanks. It had nothing to do with the accident. It had nothing to do with the boy's death. And if it's me being colorblind or insensitive, that's not what I was doing. I wanted to shout out to this guy or this kid or this person saying, thank you. Because this.
Oh my God, 100%, Allie. Tone deaf, 100%. The fact that he says colorblind multiple times is just so weird to me, because he clearly means tone deaf, but he says colorblind even in a part, even in a part where he talks about Davion, he says colorblind, and I'm like, like, if that isn't tone deaf in itself, I don't know what is. The other tone deaf thing here is the Boom t-shirt. So what do you guys think about the fact that we were talking about this last night on YouTube Streets? Not last night, it was the night before last, my bad. But we were talking about this, and they brought up a good point. Could Steve be bringing up, because he brings this up in another interview too, could wearing that shirt have been his way, not only to show Crime Circus that he is supporting him, but in addition to that, maybe Crime Circus will do more content or put out more videos that'll try to free her. I mean, who knows what they're thinking, but the fact that he says colorblind multiple times is just unbelievable. So the t-shirt discussion is a perfect media literacy example here, you guys. Steve says boom, he referenced the creator who supports Mackenzie, not the collision, right? So that was my problem with this. When asked about the Boom t-shirt, he talks about drip drop, not about the crash. The whole point of people thinking that it was tone deaf was because he wore a Boom shirt in a crash documentary. Instead of saying, I'm sorry, that was very tone deaf, he talks about drip drop, which I found a problem with. So intent matters when we judge his choices here. So he wants to talk about intent all the time. So intent does matter. Impact matters too. A documentary about a fatal crash, that word creates an association, whether he means it or not. There's word association here. So acknowledging that impact is not surrendering to a mob. It's recognizing that communication belongs to the audience as well as the speaker. Steve repeatedly answers criticisms too by saying that the outsiders, we don't know his daughter. That's partly fair, right? We all have kids, and people could say whatever they want about our kids, but they might not really know them. That part's fair. I'll give him that, right? The part that isn't is edited documentaries like we saw that compress people into characters. That's not real. But being close to someone creates its own blind spots. Distance can distort our reality. Intimacy can distort our reality. You know how we always say love is blind? That comes from somewhere. The answer is not trust the family or trust the documentary. It is show the underlying evidence. So we keep saying, he's saying, don't do this, don't trust that, da da da da da. If we just go with the evidence, there's that. The alleged withheld interviews are potentially significant because he's going to talk about what they left out real quick, and we'll get back to that in a minute. But listen carefully to the language here. So Steve says that they were not in discovery and that the detective said that they would not be put into evidence. Discovery, evidence admitted at trial, and investigative files are not identical categories. So before calling it suppression or misconduct, we need the recordings, the dates, the disclosure history, and the legal duty. The transcript gives us an allegation, of what he's saying here, but it doesn't adjudicate his findings. So let's finish listening to what he has to say here.
This guy is about a month, about 6 months after the trial, he posted 4 or 5 videos. They were interviews with the detective from Strongsville and the Flanagans and some of the friends of Dominic's and Dominic's mom and Dominic's brother. And they were not in discovery. They were not in any of the discovery. They were not there. Okay. And all of a sudden we see these interviews, and in the interviews, all of them said that she has a problem passing out, or she has some kind of passing out problem, and the detective ignored it. And at some point, Dom's mother says to the detective, no one's going to see this, right? And the detective says, no, I'm not putting these in evidence. That is on Crime Circus. There's four or five, maybe 6 videos that were either leaked or leaked to him, or the detective put them in after the fact, thinking nobody was going to look at them because the trial was over. So,
but there was also nothing offered by counsel in the defense case in chief about your daughter having POTS in a dispositive way from a prior diagnosis.
Yes,
which made it look like an article of convenience.
I know that. I don't know why Jim McDonald did that. I have no idea. I don't know what his plan was. This lawyer.
Well, is the answer, Steve, that he did it because there is no prior proof of her having POTS?
There is prior proof. We have. I witnessed it. My wife witnessed this. She's got the medical documents we gave him, had it in there. The people in those 5 interviews said something.
Did you give him any documents from a medical or clinician said she is diagnosed with POTS?
Yes. And
from
after
or from before?
Before, during the bind over, Jim McDonald gave us the access to all the discovery portals for Cuyahoga County, and my wife, my mother-in-law, my sister-in-laws, we all went through that stuff night and day, and so we had it in the interviews that were leaked on Crime Circus weren't in there. We gave him all kind of files. The detective only got her medical records from the day of the accident forward. He never went and got from back behind. So,
and you're saying that
you guys, did you just hear that? He just said something that I did not pick up on before. Did he just say that the detectives gave him access to the evidence and then he gave that evidence to Crime Circus? Well, listen to that again just to be sure. Oh, was that not on you guys? My bad. I don't know if you just heard that last part, but I think he just said that the prosecution gave him, or whatever, the defense in discovery, he got all the evidence, but then I think he said that he gave that evidence to Drip Drop. Let's listen to that again and see what he said.
And so we had it in the interviews that were leaked on Crime Circus weren't in there. We gave him all kind of files. The detective only got her medical records from the day of the accident forward. He never went.
You guys, he did say that. Michelle, I'm so sorry that's happening. Hopefully if you jump out and jump back in, it'll be fixed. We don't know, but did you guys hear that? Talk about a short later. Did anybody hear that? Oh, well. Oh, no, Michelle. I don't know. Your audio can barely hear. Can other people hear me again? I'm afraid to touch anything. But you guys, right? He just said, and we gave the audio to Drip Drop. What? No, it might not be you. It could be me. Hey, Edith. You guys. Well, I have to hear that again because I swear that's what he just said.
Mother-in-law, my sister-in-laws, we all went through that stuff night and day. And so we had it in the interviews that were leaked on Crime Circus weren't in there. We gave him all kind of files. The detective only got her medical records from the day of the accident forward. He never went and got from back behind. So,
and you're saying that medical records from before the date of the incident?
Absolutely.
And can you help?
Neva took off her headphones and the sound leveled out. You guys, I don't think Chris Cuomo heard what he said. What? No, I cannot pick up most of what you said. Oh. Oh, it says when it goes from the video back to you, you're super quiet, but then it evens out. So the video sounds super loud when you restart it. It sounds nice and good, just the difference between you and the video. Hi, Mare. Mare, I'm going to try and fix it. What's up, crew? Crew, did you hear what he just said? You guys, I'm going on to my audio right now. We're going to see what's happening. Let's see. I'm still in shock. Oh, let me try this, you guys. It says my volume's on 48, but how's this now? Am I really loud? Can you hear me? I just made kissing noises. If I'm in your ear, yes, wait, yeah, it didn't help. We'll see if this helps because I, um, I just turned it up. So that should help. Let's see what happens. That is crazy. Hi, crew. Everything looks like it's plugged in and on. I meant me leaving and coming back didn't help, is what you meant. You think I sound louder. I should because I was on 48 and now I'm on 100. So hopefully you guys, that worked. Let's see what happens. I love that crew says hi. It reminds me of like my old aunt in South Philly. I'm not calling you an old lady from South Philly, crew. I'm just saying that if we were in South Philly, they'd be like, hi, yeah, hon. That's what they would say to you. So that gave me like a little, ooh, I love it. So what's up, crew? Oh no, it's the same. Wait, I'm about to, I hope I don't, well, wait, you know what I'm afraid of? I'm afraid of turning back on the volume of the thing and it being so loud because I just put it up to 100. Let's see, I have it on sound out. I'm afraid to touch anything, but I can. Oh wait, I could lower this too a little bit. Let me know if that helps. All right, we're gonna turn this on. Take your earbuds out in case you have them in, because I don't know if I just made this louder. So let me know.
Help us understand, in what context did a doctor or any clinician ever die?
Did I just blow your eardrums? So, right, if anyone's wearing headphones, turn them down just in case. I just definitely either blew your eardrums or didn't. But let me know. Oh, you're here for my brain, not the volume. Shut up, Alloy. I could kiss you. And that's shut up in a good way, not like shut up. You know what I mean. You guys, should I talk louder? Bring the mic closer to my mouth? It's just weird. What's up, Amy? Steve is doing no favors to his daughter. 100%. So I'm dying to know if I just blew your eardrums out or not.
Diagnose your daughter with POTS, which for the audience is, again, a blood pressure related, heart related tachycardia, which can cause dizziness.
It's in yeah, it's on here. It's in the detective's notes too. He knew about it. Post stereo
can go up or down and give you dizziness.
Yes.
So there are two questions. You're saying one, the answer to the first one is yes, people knew she had it before this, which raises the question, then why was she allowed to drive?
It's you can drive with it. It's like epilepsy. There's not a she was doing things to kind of control it when things happen. Water, salt pills. So but that's what was going on. We were never told. No doctor says she can't drive. It wasn't an issue, even though the prosecution turned it into something.
Here's to being 10% smarter. Did I fix it? Let me know. I went on to StreamYard. I opened up the microphone in StreamYard. For some reason, I had it clicked on where StreamYard can change my volume. I've never even seen that before. I just unclicked it and turned my volume up on my microphone. So let me know if that helped. I hate that we're 20 seconds behind because I have ADHD so bad that I want the answer 20 seconds ago. Oh, you won't know till the clip. Oh my God, straight A stupid alloy.
Well, the prosecution didn't deal with it because that's not part of their case, that this happened because of POTS, because they didn't want it to be an accident. Their case is it was intentional.
But it wasn't. And it's,
Now, when you say that with such conviction, is that because your daughter has ever explained to you or your wife that something happened in the car?
no, she does not remember. That has been her story from day one. There's no memory of it. And I'll tell you, I know my daughter does not like pain. She would never, ever hurt herself intentionally. It's just not. I know my daughter. I've known that kid all her life. I know when my daughter lies. I just know my daughter. Do you know your children? I mean, can you tell when your children are telling lies or aren't being honest with you? Look,
I'd like to think so.
okay, well, that's how I am. I believe my daughter is painfully honest, and my wife just said she's painfully honest.
Has she ever passed out before and had no recollection of anything that happened?
Passed out and didn't remember? No, passed out and been in an accident at least one time. Okay, I can't speak for her memory loss. I wasn't.
So she was driving once and had an episode and had a car accident?
No.
Oh,
she'd only been driving for a year.
Okay, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you.
Yeah, she's passed out. She's had a couple episodes here at the house. She's had them with her friends. And all her friends have said it happens at school.
Does anyone believe that? I'm going to keep going. Harlot, let me know. You said that it levels out after a couple of seconds, but I just went in and I disconnected the adjust mic thing in StreamYard. So it might help. But anyway, hopefully you guys could hear something. Real quick though, let me just say that when talking about POTS, this is repeatedly mangled in my opinion. So he can't even say it. Wait, let me say, I just said that and I'm gonna wind up saying it wrong. Ready? Oh no, what are you guys saying? Let's see. Oh, he's dumber than a sack of hammers. Stop. I can't. That is too funny. Right? POTS was something the defense dreamed up. Neva, this is my thing. Let's say that they didn't. Let's say that she has POTS, right? I feel like, has anybody ever heard of POTS causing something like this? I have a student that has POTS, and I emailed her because I just had to know what she thought. And she absolutely drives, and she thought that this was even, she was like, I don't even know that I would have thought to blame my POTS on the accident. Like, that's how much the lack of correlation that I think exists, in my opinion. But here, let's try to say what it really is. So POTS stands for postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome. It can involve lightheadedness, rapid heart rate, pressing cope, I don't know what that is, and fainting. So that makes a documented history relevant. It doesn't prove a POTS event occurred though, right? So behind the wheel, we don't know that that's what occurred. So even if, let's see, what are you saying? Her having POTS is just a cop out. Thank you, Amy. So even if she did have POTS, is POTS really a good defense for her? That's my thing. Oh, Birdie, thank you. Wow. Thank you, Miss Birdie. Let me put this up there for everyone. Oh, no. You guys can hear me, right? StreamYard just said your browser has lost connection to your mic. Let me see. Hopefully you guys could hear me. Oh, you hear me, Andrea. Thank you. Oh, thank God, Harleth. It said on there, it said that it lost thing with my mic. I'm like, no. So hopefully you guys can hear me okay. I mean, maybe not as loud as the other thing, and I do apologize for that. But anyway, so here, in my opinion, Steve's strongest factual point is that Mackenzie allegedly had prior episodes and medical records. His weakest point, in my opinion, is I know when my daughter lies. So let's listen to that real quick.
I mean, at Dom's house. I mean, so I mean, it happens, and I do not know why Jim McDonald, her lawyer, didn't use it. I don't understand. I'm dumbfounded why that lawyer chose not to do anything other than click his pen and sit at that desk.
And when you talked to him and said, "Where's the pot stuff?" What did he say?
He said this is his word. He didn't even turn it in. He told us after one of the dates that the judge is not buying it. That was his word. The judge is not buying it. That was his. That she has a diagnosis. That was his description to me. And if I would, in my hindsight right now, if I'd have known, I would have fired him immediately. Okay. Yeah, we didn't know he didn't turn stuff into after the fact. So I mean, there's some things we didn't know. I mean, are we bad parents? No. Are we uninformed parents of a child that was on trial for murder? Yeah.
What does that mean?
She had one day for defense.
Did anybody notice that Natalie didn't like that he said that? So he said, were we bad parents or were we parents that were uninformed during a trial? And you could tell Natalie didn't like that because he immediately looks up and, you know what I mean? Harlot, thank you for my happy poop. You know how much I love them. Thank you. And thank you for my jewels, my makeup brush. I love them too. Thank you. Andrea, the mom, is 100%, in my opinion, telling him what to say, or she's doing that look that, do you know what I mean? Like when you say the wrong thing and it's like, if you don't shut up right now, you're done later. I feel like she's giving him that look at certain points because he'll make a different face. He'll look up first and then make the face. What's up, Ella? I don't think it's enough to warrant appeal and no proof. Don't believe any friend or parent that it's a diagnosis. So this is what I would say. Wait, CC, what does that mean? Wait, what do you mean? Oh, what does CC mean? CC is like when you carbon copy someone to like an email. Is that what it was in context with? You said, shut the fuck up. Look at what? What did I miss? Casey sent me happy poop and 3 happy poops. Casey's just diarrheaing it over here with the happy poops. Wow, Casey, let me highlight you, my friend. Thank you. Happy poop number 1. Happy poop number 2. Happy poop number 3. Thank you, Casey. You guys are so nice. You think he was truthful there, actually. Ella, you want to know what's funny? I just got so excited over my happy poops. Look, Ella gave me happy poop that I don't even remember which part we thought was funny. I mean, was honest. See? Oh my God, Harla. Ella, what's happening? Ella, wow, thank you. Oh, you said Chris Cuomo asked him, what does he mean? I'm going to have to rewind that real quick because I just got so excited about all these jewels that I got overwhelmed. Ella, sent hiding for 10 jewels. That's so funny. I love that. Wait, how funny is it that I don't see that one here? So does it really hide it? Well, that was weird. From his perspective, he's telling the truth. I do love them, Casey. They make me laugh. Guess what? You know what? I agree with you. So I agree with this comment. From his perspective, he's telling the truth. There is something to that, you guys. So perception's reality, even when it's not real. So even when, even if what he's saying isn't the truth, it doesn't mean that he doesn't believe what it is that he's saying. Does that make sense? You're going to bed, Michelle? Oh, good. You have a great evening. Wonderful sleep. And we will see you on the next live. Ella, what? I got a high five, you guys. How cool was that one? That was pretty freaking cool. Thank you so much, Ella. Yes, have a good night, Michelle. Good night, good night. Thank you for my jewels. Okay, let's get back to this because I'll keep talking if not. I have like the chatter boxes tonight. I'm like Chatty Cathy.
he did one day and he didn't do much during her trial. I mean, it just wasn't there. I mean, I don't know what he was thinking. He, in my opinion, this man should never be allowed in a courtroom again. I mean, it's just unfortunate that he did nothing for her. I mean, that's my opinion. That's my opinion. 2020 after this fact, what did he do? You know, so I mean, he did nothing for her.
If there is a legitimate basis for prior knowledge and existence of a diagnosis of POTS, that should have been in the evidence, and that's something that you guys should make sure is in the appeal, because obviously the judge had every reasonable basis not to buy it because she didn't have it in front of her in a way that seemed to be demonstrated before the fact.
That is in her post-conviction appeals now. It's in the post.
Right. No, I know that because I've read the pleadings. But the other thing that the lawyer left on the table, so to speak, is the intoxication. No alcohol. Okay. THC. Yes. Limit. Tough to know. They messed with the sample. They didn't preserve it. But we all know it was in her system. It wasn't argued as diminished capacity.
That is absolutely true.
The idea of why she was taking so much drugs, this is what you get hammered for in the documentary, where you were like, yeah, I know she smoked a lot of weed. I was okay with it. Do you still feel that way?
I knew she was smoking weed. I didn't.
So in this part, you guys, real quick, you know, I heard Steve's strongest point here is her alleged, or his, like we just said, his perception of her prior episodes and medical records. His weakness point is about knowing when his daughter lies, like I was saying before it came on, right? So parents, we're not human lie detectors. However, when you're familiar with your child and stuff like that, you do get, oh wait, drunk turkey sent on your, wait, by the way, Dr. Vona, drunk turkey sent on your assessment of pattern fantasy offenders. Are you saying that's where you found me? Is that what you meant? 'Cause I appreciate you. Okay, Ellie? So thank you. I do appreciate you. Why? And Ella says, I just wonder why dad is even out there bringing attention on self, but then any parent has the right to advocate. Isn't that the truth? Right? I know, right, Truth? I thought the same thing. I was like, oh, damn. There you go. This should have been part of my thumbnail. It should have been smoke and mirrors. I'm telling you. Let's keep going.
I didn't know she was making videos and in the car. That's the stuff I found out after the fact.
Do you blame yourself for your daughter's behavior?
Do I blame myself? Could I have advised her better? Sure. Do I think it would have made any difference? I don't know. I don't have I'm sorry. I don't have a problem with the marijuana use. I'm sorry. I just don't. It's a battle that I would never win. How am I stopping her? Was I going to lock her in her room and never let her out of the room? Was I supposed to go with her everywhere she goes? Could I take the car away? There's just so many factors that had nothing to do with it.
Again, I'm judging Steve. I'm not judging you or your wife. I don't know how much of the audience are parents, but you and I both know, as does your wife, the answer to every suggestion you just made is yes. That's what we do. I told you.
Oh, wow. Get out. So Ellie says, no, I asked for the fantasy-based offender take. He forwarded your message to me. It was brilliant. I love that. So regarding the uptick in fantasy offenders, we talked about this, right? So this is the thing. Is there an uptick in fantasy offenders, or are we just more prone to seeing it because of the rise of true crime commentary, stuff like that? So what do you guys think? Because there is an uptick. So it's not that, all right, I guess my thing is it that people are becoming more of the fantasy offender, or could it be that people aren't, Truth, what am I trying to say here? I feel like Truth knows what I'm trying to say. So if you're a serial killer, right, we have less of them in today's day and age because you're more likely to get caught before you can become labeled as one. Think of BK, right? I truly think that BK, in my opinion, would have been the next, Night Stalkers. Not necessarily night. I'm just saying. Maybe that's not the right parallel. I was just, you know what I mean, as far as the next serial killer. the thing is, he gets caught before that, so he's considered a mass murderer. My question is it, does technology play a role in this? And or what role does technology have? Because I feel like technology does have a role in this. We look at the new evil, right? That Dr. Gary Bricado put out. What was the other author? Oh gosh, Dr. Michael. Oh, it's on the tip of my tongue. You guys, someone help me. Stone, Michael Stone. Michael Stone, that's it. And sorry, I needed a drink so bad. I needed to take that drink, my bad. I probably should have waited until I hit play. But they've always been there, says Wendy. We're just more aware of it because of the internet. That's exactly what I was trying to say. So Wendy, that's exactly what I'm trying to say. Meanwhile, Truth's like, what? Leave me out of this. Trying to make me figure out what you're trying to say here. No, but Wendy, that's what I'm trying to say. I think they've always been there. We're just more aware of it because of the internet. That's what I'm asking. So we'll see. We'll see.
Not to drink with your friends. You drank. Now you're not going out. Oh, you did it again. Now you can't drive. Oh, you did it again. Now you're not going anywhere for a week.
We have grounded her.
And that's why parenting can suck. That's why we're not their friends.
I agree. Totally agree. I've taken her door off her room. I've taken I've taken her phone, all her electronics. I mean, this kid is not unpunished. Okay, did I dote? Did we dote on our daughter? Yeah. Did I give her what I could? Yes. I gave her things I didn't get when I was a kid. That's me being a parent. I love my kid. I loved my kid.
What?
And
go ahead.
I love that kid. There was not a problem with her until the accident and how it got blown out of proportion and how everything now is so blown out of proportion. It's, mind you, nothing that I'm doing or saying.
I just realized that last time when I hit the mic to mute it, that it wasn't muted. My bad. I was just trying to open a jar of pickles for Gianna, and I think I had an aneurysm. I don't know if you saw my face, but my God. Gee, if you get one of it, you have to get air under it. That was on there tight. Usually I open it right up. If you want, I could try again.
No, it's okay. I think I'll quit on that.
She's calling quits on that one for now. Watch, I'll get it open as soon as I get done. Over here, you guys, real quick, the marijuana discussion is more revealing about parenting, in my opinion. So Steve admits knowing she uses marijuana and says that it was a battle he could not win. I don't know about that. You know, and I'm not saying, you know, this isn't anything about marijuana per se. What I'm saying is, as a parent, especially of a child that you pay for their cell phone, you pay for their car insurance, their clothes, give them $20 to go out. Like, when you have that much power as a parent, you don't have to necessarily, like, you don't have to, all you have to do is take some of those things away, and you get them back when you could, you know, show me da-da-da-da-da. Now, this is the other thing. We could go in the whole argument of smoking weed, da-da-da-da-da. So that's why I'm saying this isn't about smoking weed. This is more about being able to, as a parent, parent your child. Do we have what? Fabric softener? The little bead thingies, you could throw, they're fabric softener still. But I do have to get more liquid, I think.
If you remember, you don't have
I will.
even if you just put my leggings, that's all I need dry for tomorrow is my leggings.
I'll get it. You know I do. Just leave the thing open. See, always a parent, you guys. So here, Cuomo responds that parents can remove cars, phones, freedom, and access. So that's what I was saying. And Steve then lists punishments that they did use. This isn't proof that they couldn't control her, but he wants to show that they actively disciplined her. Both may be true, but we need to bring some attention to this because I don't know how true this is, right? So when Steve says that her marijuana use had nothing to do with the car crash, he's more certain than the evidence describes. I also think that he doesn't realize that he should go with that as far as Chris Cuomo is concerned, because that might show that other charge that would have been a lesser charge. And he does kind of go with it, which I thought was like, But at one point I was like, cuz he's like trying to throw you a bone. He does it right in the beginning of the whole thing. So I thought that that was weird that he didn't really pick up on that at first. But it seems like, you know, the THC thing, that if it was present, that it could be relevant when going towards this impairment. So if he wants the THC used to reduce culpability, he can't simultaneously declare her rug use unrelated whenever parenting's discussed. You can't have it both ways. So that is motivated reasoning, which is just the same fact is relevant when it helps the defense and irrelevant when it reflects on family limits. So you can't say in one sense, oh yeah, it was the pot, you should definitely look into that, and then at the same time say, just like he is right here where I paused it, look how he just looks such like, yeah, you can't have it both ways, Steve. Finally, Steve argues that the documentary had an agenda and edited out 3 days of interviews into a distorted portrait. That's entirely possible. And it's real true media criticism, right? I think Rosie and Bubba have come out since and have said something similar. I think they said that they did like, what, 12, 13 hours each of filming, all for them to pick out an hour and a half. You know what I mean? Wait, she wasn't a bully. Weed isn't a rug. She had a medical condition. And they had a bad lawyer. Right, what are the chances, Ellie? What are the chances? Oh. If I'm paying the bills, says Ella, if I'm paying the kids' bills, own the car, etc., I can block the use of them 100%. And for any of you parents out there right now listening that have kids that you pay for their internet, don't just take the phone away, because I only had to punish Ava one time. And it's actually like a funny story time real quick. I'll make it a quick one. But Ava was punished once. It was like 2 years ago. So she was about 16. I'll never forget it. I took her phone away. And like she just kept going. Like almost like taking her phone away almost had no effect. It was like weird. But I was like, what? So I just took the phone away and like I went outside to go take a breath, because I was like, you just need to calm down right now. Go outside. You have control of your emotions. So I go out on the deck in the back, right underneath Ava's bedroom window. I take a deep breath, and all of a sudden I'm like, okay, you're good. I'm about to go in, and I hear Ava laugh. I look up at her window and I hear her say, that dumbass didn't realize I still have my MacBook. You guys, I blew a gasket. I was like, what is happening? Oh, you have no idea. So, if you're a parent out there and you threaten to take away one of those things in the home, you're going to have to cut the internet, because, and then now that we laugh about it now, she's like, Mom, even once you took my laptop, I went back up and got the laptop. She's like, I had my watch. I was like, what the? So I guess my point there is, even though I did enact some of those things, right? Now, she wasn't driving at the time, or I would have taken the car, and I'm sure that would have been right, Fancy Nancy. I wanted to go up there and, you have no idea. It was literally, as soon as I felt like I had it together, I was like, okay, go back in, you're good. And literally laughed and was like, that dumbass. I was like, oh no, she didn't. So I went up, I'm like, give me your computer. And so then I got the computer, and like we laughed still, but she's like, Mom, I then went on my watch and was like, that bitch is crazy. I was like, oh my God, right? But it's like the only time she's been punished. So this is my thing. In that story, although I tried my hardest to think that I was, you know, taking away a luxury that I provided her, she was still 10 steps ahead of me, right? So I think that's why it's important for me, as someone who teaches child development. I teach lifespan development, and one of the things that, you know, is a lesson in all of our semesters that, you know, not just me, but many psychology instructors talk about, is we talk about rewards and punishments. And there is so much evidence out there, like research evidence, that suggests that you get more with rewards than you do with punishments. And remember, negative reinforcement is not punishment, okay? Punishment is punishment. Reinforcement is reinforcement. One is done to get you to repeat a behavior, that's reinforcement. Punishment is to get you to stop a behavior. There's positive and negative reinforcements and punishments. A positive punishment does not mean a good punishment. In this case, and in most cases in psychology, so all of you put on your listening caps for this one, ready? When you hear words like positive and negative in psychology, it most likely does not mean good or bad. It means added or taken away. So think plus minus, don't think good, bad. So a positive punishment isn't a good punishment, it's something added to get you to stop a behavior. So you have to do your chores and your brother's chores this week for slapping your brother. That would be a positive punishment. It's not good, it's added. Or slapping your kid for saying something, you know, mouthy. I'm just kidding, you should never touch your kid. But that would be a positive punishment. You give something as a result of bad behavior. Negative punishment is what we see more often. This is when you take something away as a result of behavior. Put that away. Positive and negative reinforcement. Positive reinforcement, you add something to get a behavior to continue. So you get, I don't know, $10 for every 100 you get on your science test. That would be a positive reinforcement. I'm giving you money as a result of doing good on your test in the hope that you'll do good again next time because you'll have, you know, a reward at the end of it. Negative reinforcement, people get wrong all the time. It is not punishment. It's taking something away for the same reason positive reinforcement, to get a behavior to occur again. So for example, if my best example of negative reinforcement is the seatbelt in the car, the seatbelt ding, ding, ding. When we get in our car, that annoying ass ding, ding, ding, ding, ding, ding, ding, it just keeps going until what? You buckle your seatbelt. When you buckle your seatbelt, so that's the behavior that they want us to continue. If you buckle your seatbelt, I'll take that annoying ding away. So now when we get in the car, we might not even think about it. You hear the annoying ding and you might look at your passenger like, yo, you gonna put your seatbelt on? Like, we need to get rid of the ding, you know what I mean? That's negative reinforcement. So it's not punishment, it's taking something away as a result of good behavior. I tell you all of this to say that the research is heavily weighted. And Casey, you're still raising, raising a child, but we definitely, and I think you know this because you're good with positive reinforcement, but you get so much more with positive reinforcement than you do with punishment. So by reinforcing good behavior, your kid is then likely to stop or slow down their bad behavior. So I think going back to my story time, that's where that comes in. All of the other times, because like I said, Ava, I've only really taken something away like that one time. Usually we have a conversation and an awareness is the result of that. And I feel like that experience will always trump taking someone's phone away for a little bit. Do you know what I mean? So I just put that out there for you guys to ponder on that when it comes to parenting. What's up? I don't want to say this wrong. Gianna tells me to go backwards. So Nelson is the last name, which means that Gloria is the first name. That wasn't very hard. Hi, Gloria. I just had to make sure because you have no idea. I've called Joan for the long, like you have no idea. So I had to do that real quick. So what's up, Gloria? How you doing? Oh, it's hard to understand me still. I wonder how else I could fix that. That is crazy though. Hopefully it fixes itself. All right, let's keep going real quick because I just looked and we still have a lot more to go.
Nothing my wife has said has anything to do with the prosecution not having any evidence to support their charges. That's it. Okay, it's just smoke and mirrors after the trial. Anything that, oh, we're terrible parents. Oh, we entitled her. It has nothing to do. Me not hearing that she was smoking marijuana with her boyfriend and her friends has nothing to do with that accident. It has nothing to do with it.
Do you
Okay.
think the documentary filmmakers had an agenda? Do you think
Yes,
that they were
yes.
out?
I believe they did. I believe they misrepresented themselves when they spoke to us. I believe they came in with a set idea of who my daughter was and who we are. And I also feel though, once they started talking to us, I think we gave them other stuff to look at, but in the end, their editor and the way they produced it went against what they said to us. And the families, my understanding is the families had editing control during this documentary because they were able to view it prior to it hitting the air. And my understanding, and we weren't allowed. Yeah, we weren't allowed. So, like I said, I believe they had an agenda and they did it. And that was a mistake on our part because we believed that they wanted to be an unbiased, fair platform for us to give our story out. And if they would have used the 3 days they interviewed us stuff, I think there would have been a different light on that documentary. It would have looked different. There would have cast some more light on what the prosecution has and does not have, and the narrative that they put out is just that story.
You have what they have, and you have the narrative. We'll put that in two pieces. The first
Let me
point.
ask you this question before you go. What do you think they have as evidence?
Okay, here's the problem for the defense with this case.
Real quick, before we hear him answer that, whoever brought the point out that somebody was behind and that it's better now, I was 10% smarter than the sound, right? So there you go. Steve needs to be 10% smarter. I agree with you, Neva. I can totally back that. But one of the comments I wanted to stop and say before I forgot was, where did you guys just had a good one here. Of course. Where did it go? Oh, I just had it. Yes, here we go. Ella says, great point. She wanted attention, and negative attention is okay with her, and she was constantly rewarded for it. Ella, you get the A for the live, and let me tell you why. I gave you guys a 5-minute lesson on positive and negative reinforcement without saying probably the most important part, that we often reward bad behavior. And that's what we see here. So I'm so glad that you said that, Ella, because that's 100% one of the main points about positive and negative reinforcement that I probably should have, made sure I brought attention to. You get an A there. That's 100% true. So she was getting rewarded. When she was bossy, people would listen to her more. When she, told Dom what he was going to do, if she gets away with it, that emboldens her to do that again, right? So it's always somebody else's fault with Kenzie. The same thing with the parents. They never, that was such a great point, they's talking about how it's always somebody else's fault, and that is 100% true. Where do we see that? With this behaviors, not diagnosis, with the behaviors of someone that is narcissistic. And narcissists can never, it is never their fault. Nothing is their fault, okay? So we see that with mom, dad, and Mackenzie. You know what I mean? With people like Mackenzie, bad attention is better than none. That's right. That's the whole point, right? Truth. So if you, yes, exactly. That actually truth. That's exactly. So it's better for some people to get negative attention than to get no attention at all. So here the attention would be the reward of the behavior. So whether the attention is negative or positive, the behavior gets attention. And when the behavior gets attention, when attention is rewarded, whether it's good behavior or bad behavior, the behavior often continues. So when we're rewarding bad behavior, the biggest example, or the one that I could think of that is probably most, what people can mostly relate to, is picture going into the supermarket with your kid and being like, we're going in here to get milk and eggs, and like, don't ask me for anything. We're about to eat dinner. We just have to come in here to grab something. And you're in line, and your kid's like, can I have that candy? And you're like, what did I tell you? I told you no before we came in. Like, no. And the kid starts freaking out, right? And let's say you see your neighbor, and your neighbor's like talking to somebody else in line, and in your head you're like, oh my God, how embarrassing. My kid's embarrassing the shit out of me. And then you give your kid the candy to shut them up so that the neighbor doesn't talk about you later on when they go home, type thing. That is teaching your kid that if they protest enough when you say no, that you might give in. So even if your intention is to say no in the future and stick to it, the kid's gonna up it even more. So however much they protest at that time, they're gonna protest even more, because in their head, if they just protest enough, you will give in. And we see how that winds up, right? So great point, Truth. Great point to everybody else. You guys are doing great in the comments here. I literally have the smartest group of people in here right now. I can't even. I'm dead serious.
There is an unusual amount of objective data about what happened after that right turn was made and until the car struck the sign.
Actually, no, hold on, that's not true.
Steve, let me explain why I say it.
Let me explain, because I've looked at all this evidence. They got her turning on the road, the right turn,
Yes.
blinker, blah, blah, blah, right?
Yes.
We agree?
Nice and slow.
Nice and slow, like a normal, okay? The road is a cut through. In Strong's order, it's a known cut through. The detectives, even in their notes, state as much, okay? It is a cut through. Now, there is no evidence from just after the turn to 4.74 seconds prior to that car hitting that wall. There's nothing. There is absolutely zero evidence. There's no black box information. There's no cabin recorder. There's nothing. And mind you, I'm not saying Potts is the reason for it. I'm not saying the car had an issue. I'm not saying the boys did anything. I don't know. I have no idea what happened in that car. And if I don't have any idea, nobody does.
I understand. Now, the problem with that, in terms of the judge, is I don't remember anything from Mackenzie. If Mackenzie gets on the stand and remembers everything and tells any other kind of explanation for what happened in the car, this may have been different.
Yeah,
but her
sure.
saying I don't remember anything is a suspicious answer to people in my business.
I think it's an honest.
It may be.
At any time, she could have said,
maybe.
Dominic attacked me in the car. Deviant attacked me in the car.
That's true.
He could have done that. She could have thrown both those kids under the bus. Okay, and I'm not saying that happened. What I'm saying is there are many possibilities that could have happened from that turn to 4.74 seconds when that black box turned on.
Yes.
And that black box information is nonlinear. It's not a. It doesn't record. It records bop bop bop bop. Okay. And we had a car expert look at it, and he says, well, maybe she could break at this point. She may have broken between the 2 points. And our lawyer, or her lawyer, had that information too and chose not to use it. Again, I do not know why the lawyer chose not to use what resources and what information we did have.
Understand. I understand what you're saying. This is why I answered that they have data. Okay. You're right about the EDR. Why? That's the way an EDR works, is that after there's an impact, it keeps only that small window of data.
What happened? My understanding of what happened is the car was coming down the road at a good clip. I can't explain the speed. Nobody's going to be able to explain the speed because nobody alive other than my daughter was in that car is alive now. Okay. And again, the boy, let me say this because I'm going to get nailed for this.
Don't worry about the reaction. Worry about the authenticity of the statement. That's all that you control.
I feel for those two boys. I'm heartbroken for those two boys. And if I can give my life, like I said right from the start, I gladly give my life for those two boys to be here today. Okay. I've never been more torn during an event. How do I feel grief and remorse and pain for the families and for the two boys? How do I do that and then feel happy for my daughter because she's alive? My daughter's lucky to be alive, and I know people are going to go, good. Okay, look, my daughter's lucky to be alive. She's lucky to be walking. She's lucky not to be a vegetable.
I agree.
Okay, she's lucky. She's the luckiest.
I agree.
And she struggles with that. But I'm torn. It's horrible. It's a gut-wrenching feeling I have every time it comes up. And that's all I've been thinking about for 4 years. And now I have to think about my daughter being unjustly charged. And then
I forget if Chris responds to this, but I hope he does. Like, how do you say that? How it is possible to feel grief and remorse and to feel blessed that your kid is still here. So I hate when he says this because I don't like it. Also, real quick, this is Steve here also when he talks about the data between the right turn and the set 4.74 second EDR window. Cuomo says those recorded seconds contain usually objective information, which is like what 2 + 2 = 4 type stuff, right? So but both statements here can be true. So the fact that Steve says that there's no data between the right turn and the 4.7 seconds, and Chris saying that there's a lot of objective information. Both things could be true. The missing thing here for me is, what does Mackenzie know? Like, she doesn't add anything here. So Steve calls the EDR nonlinear because it samples at intervals rather than recording a continuous film. That doesn't make it meaningless, though. It affects the precision. The question is whether the sampling frequency can reliably show sustained pedal position, speed, steering, brake, and system events, which, if you read the transcripts, it's all in there. That belongs to a qualified reconstructive testimony. You guys could go see it. It's literally in the transcripts. If I haven't read it to you, I'll do that on another live. But I think I already did, though, right? I think I did in the one where we did the last few days before the accident. But real quick, the alternative possibilities are what? The POTS, the stuck slipper, we can't forget about that. Toyota acceleration problems, the passenger action he points out, right? Like, did Dom or Davion do something? The mushrooms, THC, airbags, or a combination of all these things. This is psychologically persuasive because a pile of possibilities tries to make people feel like there's doubt. So legally and scientifically, each alternative needs some evidentiary support, in my opinion. So could have happened is a hypothesis, not the analysis that occurred on this EDR black box that they got back. So the crucial distinction is possible versus reasonable. So what may have happened versus what happened. So we could also say that a meteor could have landed in Strongsville that day, right? But we don't get to put that out there like a verdict because we imagined it up. We need to like have evidence of that. So just saying something isn't enough to compete with what the prosecutors have been able to show thus far, in my opinion. So Steve's right that speed, though, alone doesn't equal murder. I do agree with that part. I would be hypocritical if I didn't say that I ever, you know, if I found somebody else for speeding, and to say that I never have would be a lie. But the prosecutor's theory was not speed alone. They say that it was the pattern of acceleration, the absence of braking, the vehicle path, the relationship context, prior communications, and the meaning of this entire sequence that played the role. So you could also say that the prosecutor puts a bunch of this is what may have happened, and Steve puts this is what may have happened. So we do have to cipher between those, or siphon between those two things too. So we must address a combined type look here, not knock down one title and declare the picture gone. So I think that, you know, we're going to see next that Chris is going to talk about Chris Cuomo. He's going to introduce motive evidence, and we're going to see Steve not just disagree, but he gets like real defensive here. I still can't believe that drip drop thing from earlier when Steve said that he leaked. He used the word leaked. Hey, Cindy. Hey, Glenn. Hi, Glenn. How are you? Mother Oates is here. Hey, you guys. Here for shits and giggles. I love it. Love it. Just because you say something out loud doesn't make it true. Isn't that the truth? Love the names, you guys. Come on in. You just woke up, Harlot. Oh no. What did you say? I'm afraid to even look. Mackenzie. Oh. McMoom displayed. That's funny, the gibberish. Malice of forethought, Jamie. It was spaghetti chucking defense. That is so funny, right? It's like throw everything at the wall and see what sticks. Crazy, you guys.
Every time I open my mouth and say it and point to where it is, I get people questioning, oh, that's a lie. Oh, you're making that up. Why didn't your lawyer use it? Look, if you want to know why the lawyer didn't do it, you need to talk to the lawyer. The lawyer, in hindsight, is a terrible lawyer, and he shouldn't have it. He should not be able to practice law ever again, in my opinion, after what he did in Qatar.
I understand, and you're entitled to it. Just to close the loop on this, okay? I have a lot of experience, obviously, almost 30 years and watching the evolution of event data recorders. That's why I say EDR. EDR is event data recorder.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Here's what she had that made it compelling about intent. And you don't have to agree with this. I don't have
I'm
to
not
agree.
going to, because I kind of feel what you're going to say, but I disagree with it because
So go ahead, Steve.
I'm sorry.
No,
I
no,
don't mean
no.
to interrupt you.
I'm here for your answers and opinions, not my own. Go ahead. Why don't you like the assumption that all the data they had indicated a
What the car was
constant
doing.
acceleration?
I can't explain the constant. There's a picture with her slipper on the gas pedal stuck underneath the brake. Could have been the car. The car has a history. Toyota's cars like that have a history of that gas pedal accelerating. Okay, mind you, I'm not saying that's what happened. I don't know. What I'm saying, it's a possibility. And if it's a possibility, how do you rule it out that it wasn't? You got that. My understanding is that the car was coming down the road at a good clip. The car was out of control at some point. The car thought it was flipping over, and the black box turned on. This is prior to the crash. This is prior to it hitting the sign or hitting the wall. The black box turned on. The car thought it was flipping over. There was a steering wheel right to left or something. I don't have the right. It went the right to the left to the right, something like that. And then both side airbags deployed prior to that car hitting that sign.
Oh my God, great catch. Now it's the car too. We have to add the car, right? Allie, the car needs to go to jail now, not his daughter.
And I don't know if anybody knows what a side airbag explodes like. It's not like I'm in a pillow fight at a sorority house. It's not like poof. These are explosions, and then there's powder everywhere. And mind you, I'm not saying that's the cause. She wouldn't be able to see where she was going anywhere. Now, she may have. This may be a folly of things that went on. It may have been medical. It may have been the boys. It may have been. My understanding is the boys and her had taken shrooms that night, which I had no idea about after the fact. Yeah, my understanding is the boys had shrooms in it, but it could have been anything. I just don't.
Oh my God, you guys, I just caught something that I didn't catch before. Let's go back 1 second. Ready? Look, we've gone back more than a second. Watch him look up at Natalie when he says this. This just tells me that Natalie is telling him what to say. And you're right, he disagrees before listening to Chris Cuomo's opinion. He's totally in denial, Lindy. I totally agree. I'm just grabbing a drink real quick, and I always feel self-conscious taking a drink on screen, so that's why I have my thing off for a second.
She may have. This may be a folly of things that went on. It may have been medical. It may have been the boys. It may have been. My understanding is the boys and her had taken shrooms that night, which I had no idea about after the fact. Yeah, my understanding is the boys had shrooms in it, but it could have been anything. I don't know. I can't say, well, it's most certainly pots, or it's most certainly the car, or it's most certainly the boys, or, there's no evidence to put a finger on it. And if you can't say that this is what happened, then how are you charging her? How are you saying, sorry, one more thing. In the documentary, in between the reflection videos and Tim Troop walking down the hall all handsome and stuff, he's heard saying, we looked at everything and ruled it out. So,
Oh my God, did he just say, looking all handsome and everything? Stop it. I have to hear that again. He said, look at him walking down the hallway, looking all handsome and everything. Oh my God.
in the documentary, in between the reflection videos and Tim Troop walking down the hall all handsome and stuff, he's heard saying, we looked at everything and ruled it out. So it's this. So we ruled everything out. And I'd like to know what information and what evidence they actually used to rule everything else that could have happened. So that's just him talking. That's him talking and saying, look, I'm lazy. We just want it to be murder. It's like the analogy is here. The wife dies. The husband did it. That's it. That's the analogy that's going on here. There's no evidence of why it happened. There's no evidence of why. There will never be any evidence of why. And that's the point that needs to be taken here. That black box information is about the car. I can't explain acceleration. I can't explain why the pedal is down. Could it have been the slipper stuck on the pedal? Could it have been the car? Yeah, it's just as likely as she did it on purpose. And there's no evidence of purpose. And speeding is not a precursor to murder. It's not. Sorry. It's recklessness. It's reckless. That's why it should have been vehicular homicide, or if worse, reckless vehicular homicide in the juvenile court, which is what our lawyer said it should have been. The one time that's what he said. He was dumbfounded when he bounded over.
All right, let's look at.
So it's funny how the lawyer is terrible until he needs him, right? And so until he said that the lawyer, that's where the lawyer, like, come on, stop, Truth. I can't even say that out loud, but that's actually funny because I would be lying if I didn't say I didn't think the same thing. Oh no. But here, you guys, Steve is so in denial, in my opinion. He dislikes volatile because he hears it as a total identity for the relationship, because Chris brings up the relationship too. So we also see when he talks real quick about the grief for the boys and the relief that his daughter survived. This is a human part, I'll give him that, but in my opinion, you can feel grief for the loss and still be happy that your kid survived. Do you know what I mean? So we can validate that conflict though that he feels without agreeing with his legal conclusions. So even if somebody out there did feel, that he pulled on their heartstrings with that, I would still say that we would then have to separate that from the legal conclusion. So ambiguous grief allows love, gratitude, guilt, anger, and defensiveness to coexist. He does not need to stop loving Mackenzie in order to acknowledge Dominic and Davion. Okay, let me say that again. He does not need to stop loving his child to mourn the death of Dominic and Davion. He does need to avoid making their families absorb the cost of a certainty, in my opinion. So I will say that. Also, we also see that Steve is certain that, it could have been the car, the slipper. Like, just keep in mind that he blames everything. I don't know if he does it yet, but he eventually blames the judge too, for not considering the facts. And then he'll blame the counsel, which he's been doing this whole time, for not representing them. But these are allegations. They're different allegations, and they should be looked into if there's evidence that supports it, in my opinion.
The other side, right? Because there are two sides, at least, in every trial, which is why they're so compelling. You have two invested storylines. The narrative of the why comes into the relationship between Dom and your daughter and perceived threats, etc. And there were other texts.
That's a lie. That's a lie. I'm going to cut you off. Sorry, I got to cut you off. That's a lie. That is a lie.
How am I lying?
It's not the right word. That is harsh. These kids fought and they broke up and they got back together. That was their MO. They weren't fighting. This wasn't a volatile relationship. They were never, ever, ever going to break up. They were talking about getting married. They were talking about a life. They were buying furniture for that house. They were making a life for themselves. Period. That's it. They weren't. No, look. This has been thrown on me. They were not breaking up. And anyone who says that, sorry, that is untrue. That is a lie. That is a narrative that the prosecution needed to go to put my daughter in a bad light, to make it seem like she had a thing against this kid. Because if she was going to break up with this kid, she would have told my wife, and that never happened.
Okay, Steve, I'm telling you what the prosecution's case was.
Well, the prosecution's case is based on lies. And
all right,
narrative.
That's your opinion. What I'm saying is that's what the trial is for.
I think it's fact because you can't get.
Well, if it were a fact, you got to remember, I'm a lawyer, right? If it were a fact that they lied, then she would not be in prison. So it is your opinion that they lied.
Unless there's a fix or a conspiracy with Nancy Margaret Russo, who shares the same last name as
but they're not related. Steve, they're not related.
They're not blood related. There's a relationship. My understanding is that Christine Russo is in her court all the time. They have a working relationship. The Russo family's big. This is a fix.
Do you have any proof that they knew each other?
I have as much proof that it's a fix and that the judge is dirty or incompetent as they do that my daughter did this with purpose. All I have to do is say it, so it's true, right? That's what the prosecution did. Well, she's breaking. They did.
No, they have standards in two cases, right? The charging is probable cause, very low, lowest standard we have. Probable.
Before Chris gets into the legal part real quick, you guys, so Steve isn't just disagreeing with Chris when he talks about the relationship, right? He doesn't just disagree. He stops, becomes defensive, so much so that everybody in chat's like, oh my God, calm down, have a seat, Steve. He literally looks like look at I'm concerned. Some of you are nurses out there. Isn't anybody concerned for that big ass vein popping out of his neck? I keep looking at it like it's about to explode. What? But you guys, he calls this breakup narrative a lie and insists that they were never, ever, ever going to break up. Yet later in the interview, right, he reads text describing, wait till you guys hear it. So later in the interview, I want you to remember this part where Steve says that they were never, ever, ever breaking up and that they didn't have a volatile relationship. Okay? Because he doesn't want the word volatile to become the identity of the relationship. He doesn't want that to be the thing that people think of, in my opinion, when they talk about Dom and Mackenzie, because saying that the relationship is volatile means, in my opinion, I'm wondering, could he really think that his daughter was going to feel abandonment in that moment, and therefore that she impulsively does something volatile, right? So could he be reacting like this because it's hitting, like when we react to things that are somewhat true, right? You like it, next time you get mad at someone, I want you to stop and think if there's any, like, not that what they're saying is always true, but there's usually something there, right? So I'm just wondering if there's something subconscious there, bigger. Well, I'm sure there is, than what we're seeing here. So, but I do want you to remember that for later on when he talks about the threats that were described in text messages. I believe they even read text messages, like Natalie has them ready or something. He talks about unsafe driving, conflicts, blocking, blackmail, and belongings at others' homes and stuff like that. So again, you can't have it both ways, Steve. So a relationship can contain dinners, vacations, marriage plans, and dangerous conflict. Positive moments do not cancel out abuse or volatile moments. So we need to remember that. And we've talked about that before. What about when he says that perhaps the judge had it fixed, that they were connected, the judge was connected to the Russo family, and therefore the system's fixed? This protects that core belief from falsification, in my opinion. So any adverse ruling becomes more evidence of the conspiracy. So that's a classic closed loop structure, which is not proof that no misconduct occurred, but warning that the claim may be impossible to disconfirm in the speaker's mind. So again, it's hard to prove that, but it's also hard to disprove it, which is what he's doing. And what he's saying here is, if you can say that you know that my daughter intended to do this, then why can't I say da da da da da? And I think that this is a huge behavioral mishap for Steve. That's like the nicest I can be, saying that. I know that he is passionate about defending his daughter in this moment, but there's a way to defend your daughter and not throw an allegation out there that you just told us that you don't even really believe, that you're just saying it because you can just say things and they're just true when it comes to this case, right? So I just feel that's so immature, and it really doesn't do anything for Steve or Mackenzie in that matter.
Cause basically means it's a 50-50. So charging is a low bar. That's why you can indict a ham sandwich. This is not about possibility. It's about probabilities. That's what beyond a reasonable doubt means.
Well, there's a lot of reasonable doubt that was ignored.
So let's talk about why. What the judge saw, assuming the judge isn't dirty, and again, there was an appeal that was rejected, and then the Supreme Court didn't take up the case.
To me, Cuyahoga County's, like, I can't speak for an appellate court that brings up an illegal procedure in a trial, and all they do is slap the prosecutor's hand. The prosecutor illegally changed the coroner's report from accidental to homicide in between the bind over and the thing. And the appellate court brought attention to this and then just went, oh, don't do it again. There's so much wrong with how this was handled, how it was brought to trial. I'm sorry, nobody, no lawyer, no person is ever going to make me believe that my daughter did this on purpose. Show me that evidence. And if you're going to say the black box says she did it with purpose, that is speculation.
Steve, I haven't said it because you haven't let me say anything, but that's okay. I understand why you're so upset about this, and you should be. I can't even imagine how I would be, and I got 3 kids, and they're all driving. So here's what I'm just trying to explain for the benefit of the audience to flesh out the issues. The judge was presented with evidence that the car went from a very casual turn of a corner to 100 miles an hour. There were no skid marks before a known intersection.
Oh, there is actually skid marks. There are actually skid marks.
Not in the trial record. Not in the trial record. In the trial record, they presented evidence.
It's on the body cam footage of the police.
But I'm saying that they don't see any marks. This is what the judges said, right?
Well, again, my take on that is that the judge has a relationship with the Russo family, and that is why that judge made her decision on day one. She did nothing but open mail and
Steve, the problem with a trial or the blessing of a trial, depending on how you look at it, is we only know what you can show. And what they showed was this car went from slow to very fast.
Why?
With no real turns through a sign and into a building.
Why?
But that was all
Why?
stated there and not countered by your case.
Again, that is why the lawyer.
Not only is this bratty, right, like you're saying in chat, but did anybody see how he just like pulled his legs up to like cross his legs? Remember when you're a kid and you're like arguing with your sibling and you're both sitting on the floor, like, and you're both sitting like crisscross applesauce. I don't want to say anything offensive, God forbid. And you're like arguing and you like lift your legs up to get like into. That's what I feel like he just did. Did anybody else see that? Watch, I have to reshow it because I feel like there was so much in this behavior. And then he's like, no, he didn't, no, he didn't, no, he didn't. Listen, watch this part again. I can't believe this.
Marks. This is what the judges said, right?
Again, my take on that is that the judge has a relationship with the Russo family, and that is why that judge made her decision on day one. She did nothing but open mail and.
Steve, the problem with a trial or the blessing of a trial, depending on how you look at it, is we only know what you can show. And what they showed was this car went from slow to very fast.
Why?
With no real turns through a sign and into a building.
Why?
But that was all stated there and not countered by your case.
Again, that is why the lawyer. There. I don't know if you can see. If you can see, there's the skid marks right there. That's in the discovery, right?
Right.
That's from the body cam footage. Look, I can't explain the speed. Kids being kids, I can't explain. Was it the car, or was it the boys, or was it her? There's four possibilities.
But none of the data suggests anything happened with the car, and there's not even a suggestion of any real braking.
Well, you don't know that because there's no information from 4.74 seconds back to that.
Does anybody feel like mommy just told him to calm down? He literally, yeah, why? Oh my gosh. He definitely reminds me of a child arguing with a parent, says Casey. I totally agree. What? True says, I see where Mackenzie gets it from. Mackenzie's a girl that Steve never got the chance to be. I'm dead. I can't. I'm dead. Oh my God.
That turn.
Right, but that's a lot of time, by the way.
4 seconds, that's 100 feet or
less.
Yes,
but I'm saying 4 seconds. No. 4 seconds is a long time.
Listen,
a fat guy can run a 40-yard dash in about 4.7 seconds. You know what I'm saying? That's a long time. 4.7 seconds.
I don't know.
Going at that rate of speed of acceleration.
Not in a half a mile road. It's not. That's
all I'm saying, Steve. Again, I'm not here to make a case. I'm here to test the case, and I'm just telling you.
I'm arguing that your data and what you're using as data is not completely reliable.
I'm just using what was presented at trial.
I know what was presented at trial, and that's what I'm having fault with, and that's why I have fault with the lawyer. That's why we're making an appeal. That's why we'll never stop fighting this because something is wrong. Hey, this is 4 years, and this is still going on. There's something fundamentally wrong with how my daughter was tried, and I don't care what's in the trial transcripts. I don't know what my lawyer was doing, or her lawyer, not my lawyer. I don't know what he was doing. I have no idea. It makes no.
You guys, I'm sorry to stop it again, but what? Not my lawyer, her lawyer. What? That right there, and he did that earlier. I don't know if I said it, like if I wanted to stop everything back then, but the fact that he does it a second time. Cindy says, this dude is getting on my nerves. The girl did it intentionally. There's evidence proving it. Now they need to accept it because the investigation that happened, that is what made it homicide. Right? Her lawyer, not my lawyer. Like, come on. What are you going to tell me she paid for the lawyer? With what? Her foot money? Like, I don't know, Steve. That was a bit much. You can't have on one end that she should have always been in the juvenile court and that it's smoke and mirrors. And when we all know that smoke and mirrors is Mackenzie's favorite thing, right? She loves that smoke and mirrors. She loves looking at herself and the, right? So that's funny that he keeps using that. He's going to have to say colorblind again soon because I feel like he said it more than once in the interview. And we didn't get to the best part. Has anybody not seen this yet? Is there anybody in chat that has not seen this? Because I don't want to ruin the best part.
Sense to me. And to have a sitting judge for who's been in the trial on that bench for as long as she has, not to be able to decipher fact from fiction. Okay, her summation, everything she said, has no evidence whatsoever. There's no support in the evidence whatsoever. It's just not. In fact, there are people that even said that two things didn't happen. Okay, I don't get it. I don't get how a sitting judge who's supposed to know the law and understand the law come up with that kind of summation. This is personal. Her submission was personal. It wasn't legal. It wasn't black and white. It was personal. And the way she interrupted my wife, and my wife was pleading for my daughter's life, or for pleading for my daughter. That's what a mother should do. And then have my wife.
The fact that he just, how I always talk about how humans project a lot. If that wasn't projection, I don't know what is. Isn't that what he was doing this whole time, was interrupting Chris? So much so that Chris made a joke and was like, you haven't let me say a thing. So that's projection. That's rich.
Vilified for saying, look, give mercy to my kid is wrong. And look, this case is wrong from top to bottom. The way they arrested her, how they arrested her, from the detective in Strongsville omitting evidence in interviews, from the prosecution making up a narrative and finding ways to make her look bad. And when all the evidence they have, any evidence, is 4.74 seconds of nonlinear black box information. That's it. And she turned on the road. That's it. That is the only evidence they have, and that is car information. Nobody was in the car. You weren't in the car. I wasn't in the car. I'm not saying this, and this. What I'm saying is something happened in that car prior to 4.74 seconds.
Remember,
and I don't know
the reason you don't know is because your daughter says she doesn't recall.
Well,
that's why we don't know. That's why we have to piece it together. Is because the only person who can tell the story says there's nothing to say.
So I should go tell my daughter, hey, remember something, and say Dominic Russo and Davian Flanagan.
I'm not telling you to do that. I'm not telling you to do that.
I'm hypothetically speaking here. So nobody believes my daughter. She had a femur broken. She had a fibula broken. She had broken ribs. She had lacerated spleen, liver. Both carotid arteries are damaged. She had bruises all over her face. I don't know how this kid survived. She got hit in the head. You can forget. I don't get the reasoning. Oh, it's convenient that she forgot. Well, that's the truth. I would think if my daughter meant to kill this kid prior to that accident, she would want to kill him now. And she hasn't shown any of that. For 3 months, I watched my kid cry herself to sleep, all beat up in bed, watching videos and music and pictures of this kid.
Okay, I disagree with that coming from someone who studies psychology. Steve's claimed that that Mackenzie, if she wanted to kill him then, that she would still want to kill him now. That's not necessarily true, especially if you have somebody who shows a lack of emotional regulation. She has emotional dysregulation big time. So in that sense, we know that emotions can become very intense. So for example, some may mistake intensity for love. So the fact that we fought this intense, we also love this intense, that's not really love, right? That's intensity. So love should be intense, but not in the sense of, when I mean intensity, I'm talking about like from 0 to 100 type intense. So not like, love, I don't want to get too nerdy and talk about like Sternberg's triarchy of love and all the things, but you need more than just passion for a loving relationship, according to most theorists. So you need commitment, you need passion, and you need that companionship, like where you want to be with each other. So, according to Sternberg's triarchy of love, if you have those three things, then you're in a good spot. That's the type of, love that you would want to aim for without being too nerdy with the words. Okay. What Steve does here, though, is he's mistaking intensity and even hate, because he's saying that if you hate someone and you want to kill them, because, right, that's what he's like, he's negating the fact of intensity, and intensity making somebody do something that might be impulsive, not appropriate, so on and so forth, is not the same thing as love and hate. So I think Steve needs to reconsider that.
3 months
Not that
I sat with her. Okay? The prosecution has no right saying she wasn't remorseful. There's no evidence that she wasn't.
What about the social media solicitations and what looked like she was trying to build her brand?
That she wasn't trying to build her brand. Where did that come from? That is just a fabrication and part of the narrative. She went to
Steve, I'm just pointing out what they said she was doing on
that's not
social
true.
media and the DMs that they showed.
What DMs exactly did they show?
The DMs of her talking to different brands. Thank you for contacting me. I'm excited to work with you.
Oh, okay. She was in the process of becoming a model, so she was working with people. Okay, and a couple days after, she was supposed to do something with the modeling. And hold on. That was something about a collaboration that was prior to the accident. That was something that was involved prior. It wasn't okay. That some of that.
I'm sorry, that was so bad. We have to rehear that. So Natalie not only jumps in this time, but we all hear her. Ready? Let's listen again.
You.
Oh, okay. She was in the process of becoming a model, so she was working with people. Okay, and a couple days after, she was supposed to do something with the modeling. And hold on. That was something about a collaboration that was prior to the accident. That was something that was involved prior. It wasn't okay. Some of that's taken out of context. It's blown out of proportion. What is she supposed to dig a box or dig a hole and just hide in the hole the rest of her life after this?
No, but it was right after.
Well, what does that mean? So she's not allowed to live? She's unlucky to be alive.
I'm not judging it, Steve. I'm telling you what is out there.
I don't care. Listen, I don't care.
Used for the narrative and giving you a chance to explain it or contest it. But that's the job.
But it's not true. It's not completely true.
I don't know whether or not it's true. I only know what was said. I'm asking you why it was said and what it means and why it is an indicative that she had a nonchalance right after this.
It's not nonchalance. It's life. It's life. 3 months later, okay, being that the police in the courts never took her license away, never charged her with any car, she had a job interview, so we let her drive.
Did he just shush Natalie? Did he just watch, listen.
Why it is an indicative that she had a nonchalance right after this.
It's not nonchalance. It's life. It's life. 3 months later, okay, being that the police in the courts never took her license away, never charged her with any car, she had a job interview. So
I saw it. Did you guys see it? He went.
Courts never took her license away, never charged her with any car.
One more time.
Being that the police in the courts never took her license away, never charged her with any car, she had a job.
Now that's a short. Oh, there's a short coming up too. Wait till you guys hear the best part. Didn't even happen yet.
Interview. So we let her drive 3 months after this thing. So we let her go to the interview, which she got the job. Because what, is she supposed to not do anything the rest of her life over this? Is she supposed to just turn away and shut up and never do a word? Listen, everything that's happened after this accident, a lot of it's been blown out of proportion. And it's unfortunate that the internet is allowed to run rampant with their nonsense. Okay, I don't care what anybody says about me. I'm a big boy. I can take anything they say. I don't care. I really don't care. Unless you're in my boat, I don't care. Sorry, say what you want.
Oh my God, you guys. Remember that he says, I'm a big boy. Remember that. It's coming.
Okay? I don't care.
And yes, I meant what hell I said. That wasn't an accident.
Care what anybody says about me. I'm a big boy. I can take anything they say. I don't care. I really don't care. Unless you're in my boat, I don't care. Sorry, say what you want, make little memes, blah, blah, blah, go crazy. Okay? I don't care. You have fun. Okay? You're the people out there are what's making this continue on and on and on. But the problem here isn't what I did. It's not what she did after the fact. It's what the court did to her. It's what the prosecution did to her. And it's the lack of evidence that is there. Now, black box information, sure. If you got the car did this, the car did it, put the car in jail. But you have no evidence of why. And you can't just say, well, the science says she was going fast, so that's intent. That is absolute BS. Okay? And many lawyers that we've spoke to have agreed with that. I would think,
but not the appellate court and not the Supreme Court.
Oh,
listen, hold on. I came into this saying to you, Steve, listen, I didn't cover this, okay? And I didn't because, it was a tragic circumstance, but there are lots of tragic circumstances, and you got to make choices in my business.
Gotcha.
But now that I'm analyzing crimes, I gave it fresh eyes. And the fact that they didn't argue diminished capacity when she had THC in her system, the fact that they chose a bench trial, and the fact that they did not put on any significant case in chief for the defense is why the judge had the opportunity to decide as she did.
Yes, I agree with your assessment on what the lawyer did.
So before they move on to this assessment of what the lawyer did, I just want to say a few things real quick. So he described Mackenzie in the beginning of this as, not the beginning of the whole thing, but in the beginning of this little segment here, as Mackenzie crying, watching videos, and grieving Dominic. So that is family observation, and it may be very genuine. Remorse, grief, love, trauma, and self-focused distress are not mutually exclusive. So public viewers often demand one approved performance of grief. Psychology does not support that, but private crying also does not answer the question of intent at the time of the crash. So it could be very true that she regrets what she did. I mean, now that it's over, she's living at home with her parents. I mean, now she's in jail, but even at the time when it first happened and she didn't even picture jail for herself, she was at home with her parents. No more Dom. He wasn't going to be buying her stuff anymore. She would have to live at home again. So there were so many things that I'm sure she didn't think about, as far as consequences of the actions. So she very much could have felt, remorse after the fact. Not for the right reasons. Let me say that. So not because, not for the reasons that she should, but for her, that she's not going to have these luxuries anymore type thing. That could be true, but we need to look at what happened at the time of the crash, in my opinion. So the other thing with social media and the modeling issue, this here is a context trap. So contacting brands after a fatal event can appear starringly normal or self-promotional. Steve says some outreach predated the crash, and that later activity represented just continuing life of that existing communication. Both context and timing matter here, you guys. So we should not diagnose callousness from screenshot, but we can also reasonably ask what the behavior communicated and how soon it occurred. So Steve's phrase, what was she supposed to do? Dig a hole and hide? What? That exposes a false binary, you guys. It doesn't have to be this or that. It's not what is she supposed to do? Dig a hole and hide? Or live? There's so much gray in the middle that he just skips. So this exposes a false binary here. The options are not public brand building or permanent disappearance. There's a wide middle ground involving privacy, grief, accountability, caution, and respect for two families who lost sons. By the end of this section here, Steve does agree that counsel failed to argue the major alternatives. This is one of the rare points of convergence in the interview. Agreement, though, does not prove ineffective assistance, in my opinion, but it does identify the post-conviction questions far more precisely than generalized claims of corruption that Steve brings when he talks about the Russos being, some form of system corruption. That was just crazy. But here we go. We're going to see. Steve's going to ask about Mackenzie bearing responsibility, and let's see what Chris is going to ask Steve about Mackenzie and if she bears any responsibility. So let's see what happens here and how he answers, and if he says, yes, my daughter, should be responsible because she did something bad, or does he blame something else? So let's see what happens.
Did not do. I totally agree.
Hey, JC.
Yeah, this is where our dilemma is. We need help fixing this because there was a problem here with the lawyer.
If you have new lawyers now, why did the appellate court and the Supreme Court refuse to acknowledge all that you're saying.
My understanding is this is how it was addressed to me with the second set of lawyers that we got, that we're not going to get any relief in Cuyahoga County because that is how Cuyahoga County is. Okay, right, wrong, or whatever. I don't know why the appellate court brought to attention the illegal proceeding of changing that coroner's report and then never did anything about it. Okay, I don't know. You have to ask them.
Because they didn't believe it was reversible error, meaning that they may not have followed the strict procedure of how to do it.
If it would have been a jury, it would have biased the jury. If the judge wasn't already biased, it would have biased the judge. That's where the problem goes. Mind you, I don't think it would have biased the judge because I believe she was already biased before she walked in that courtroom. And she said, "I don't have a blood relation," and that's to me is all it takes. She has other relationships with that family, and that's it. And nobody's going to tell me differently. In fact, when this first happened, we had heard on the internet. Mind you, this is what I heard. Somebody sent a note, or it was posted someplace that the
baby that can dance like a man. I can shake him
Sorry.
like Danny. I can shake him like a. I'm a tough baby.
What
that can
is
dance like
that?
a man. I can.
Best part of the entire thing, let's rewind that because we must hear it again and maybe even a third time. Are you guys ready for Steve's ringtone? Hear it out. It says, "I'm a buff baby, I can dance like a man," or something. But remember when he said, "I'm a big boy"? Listen up, you guys. Let's hear how big of a boy he is. Take a seat because you're going to piss yourself.
nobody's going to tell me differently. In fact, when this first happened, we had heard on the internet. Mind you, this is what I heard. Somebody sent a note, or it was posted someplace that
I'm a tough baby that can dance like a man. I can shake him
Sorry.
like Danny. I can shake him like a. I'm a tough baby.
What
that can
is
dance
that?
like a man. I can.
it's my phone. It's a phone ring. Anyway, sorry.
That's your ringtone.
It's for a friend of mine.
Does anybody have secondhand embarrassment? One last time, I'm sorry, I can't help myself.
He sent a note, or it was posted someplace that
I'm a tough baby that can dance like a man. I can shake him
Sorry.
like Danny. I can shake him like a. I'm a tough baby.
What
that can
is
dance like
that?
a man. I can.
it's my phone. It's a phone ring. Anyway, sorry.
That's your ringtone.
It's for a friend of mine. It's a friend.
Okay.
Sorry, I don't mean to smile. I'm not making light of it.
Steve, I'm not here to judge you. I'm here to go through this.
But I'm going to be judged. It's not you that I'm not worried about it. It's what I say and how it's going to be taken. This will be a meme somewhere else. I'm not smiling because I find this funny. I'm not smiling, and I find this asinine that this is going on. And not that I'm talking to you. Everything that's been said and done is just unbelievable, and it just doesn't make any sense to me. And I just don't get it. And and it's just smoke and mirrors to hide the fact that my daughter was unjustly charged. And we can argue this till you're blue in the face until someone can.
I'm not
show me-
arguing with you. I'm asking you for your perspective on it. Do you believe that your daughter has any?
Isn't the phrase, "we can argue this till I'm blue in the face," or is it till you're blue in the face? What is it? Am I having a straight A stupid moment? What is the phrase? Someone tell me. Also, I can't help but notice that in the comments, you guys are talking about, whether she should have, well, not whether, I don't think anybody thinks that she should have had a bench trial. One of the real problems with having a bench trial, especially in a situation like this, she definitely should have had a jury trial, in my opinion. But I think one of the things we have to think about is, and I know this from going through 2 3-week-long each trials when my best friend was murdered, and I know that in the beginning, before the trial started, there was, you guys remember what BK and stuff, all those pre-trial motions that occur? Well, during that time and during discovery too, you get to see all the evidence that they have. So we knew, let's say there was 100 pieces of evidence. I'm making the number up just to give you guys an analogy of what I'm saying. Let's say there was 100 pieces of evidence. We knew that there was these 100 pieces of evidence, but during the trial, about 58 of them were used, and we were like, wait, what about da-da-da and da-da-da and da? And so much so that the first trial was a hung jury, which is why there was a second one. And in the second one, they probably used about 75%, 76%, right? I don't know where I'm coming up with my exact percentages, but I bet you I'm really close. And I remember I had to ask, what's happening? Why wouldn't you use this, and this if it was there? Why not just show everything and then let the jury make a decision? And what I learned, and Thomas would be very proud, but what I learned is that if you have 100 pieces of evidence, excuse me, you only want to give as much as you think you need to convict the person, because let's say, let's do the 75% one, because that's the one that we got, that they got the convictions on, right? So that means, like the prosecutor said, 58% or whatever wasn't enough evidence. 75% was. Why not give 100% evidence? Because that's 25 more percent of evidence that you now entered into the record, and you give the defense 25% more things to poke a hole at to get a new trial. So you only want to give what you need to get a conviction, without going way too overboard. Because again, you don't want, 25% of extra things if it means 25 more reasons why you can try and get the case overturned in some way. So I get it, but how do you decide which things need to come in and which things, don't? And I think that that is a huge trial strategy. We see that even in the Clancy trial right now, right? By her defense stipulating to a lot of the evidence today, like that was very shocking on one hand, and then on the other, it made sense because it was less that the jury is going to see. So, it's part of those 100 pieces of evidence. And again, I'm making the number up, but it's part of that 100%. Let's say percentages. It's part of that 100% of the evidence. But now the jury won't hear all of the evidence. So there goes some of it that they're already not hearing. Also, all the other things that, the pretrial things that are like, no, that can't come in, that can come in, that can't come in afterwards. I think of the Lori Vallow case. When she was on trial for, I think it was for Brandon Boudreaux, her, I guess it was her niece's husband at the time, but they've now divorced. When she was on trial for his murder, which she gets convicted of, the jury had no idea that she was in jail for killing her kids. So when she's talking about her kids in court, like, or when they said like Tylee or JJ, there were jurors that afterwards like broke down and were like, we were wondering, like, is Tylee going to be next in like the defense, or like they were expecting to like hear from this kid or these kids, like not realizing that they weren't around. And why would that be important? Because knowing that information could really prejudice them, and they might not take any of the other things in consideration, because now they're like, what are you talking about? Like, this is someone, and her case, in my opinion, is different in the Clancy case, which is interesting that I chose to bring that one up subconsciously. That's the one that I guess I put, other than Andrea Yates, obviously. But how I would make this totally different than the Lori Vallow thing. And I think that's actually a good distinction if we were trying to look at like the legal aspect. So Lori Vallow, in my opinion, is an example, because and again, not diagnosing, but if we don't see the behavior patterns of some mental illness there, I'm not really sure, we're looking. So like things, and again, not diagnosing, I have somebody out there that every time they think I'm diagnosing, they make a big stink. So that's why I always say that, because I want to make it clear, like, relax. And just so you guys know, if I was seeing you in therapy type thing, like if that's what I chose to do with my career, that would be something I could do. But I just chose to go down academia and teach, because I feel like, let's be honest, like I'm really good at this. I'm really good at what I do, in my opinion. And I'm not being conceited. I'm saying like, I should be, after all the freaking experience I've had. And other than the experience as far as academics, I literally have been in higher education since I graduated high school when I was 17 years old. So I started college and I've never left. I became a professor the same semester that I graduated, and then my last degree I got during my career as an educator. So higher ed is everything I know. I'm 48 years old. Oh God, that's a long time. So I've literally have been in a college university setting since I was 17, and every semester, including the summer, that's a lot, right? So that's just the avenue that I decided to go because I feel like I do better talking, right? I'm a good listener though. If you're my friend and you need, but there are a lot of times I know truth, and I don't know where Cuff You went, but Cuff You would just laugh at that real quick because I do sometimes, you guys. Like, people have to tell me, like, all right, like, I have to, Truth will tell you. I'll be like, all right, Truth, I'm going to shut up now so you could talk. Like, but I have to be like, all right, shut up, shut up, shut up. Because, and I'm not like Steve, though. I'm not like, because, or like, whatever, or, not whatever he was saying before, where he kept saying it. Not like that. I think it's my ADHD, too. But anyway, I think it's just with my personality, that's just a better fit for me. And that's okay. But, you know, just so that people out there know who I am. And if you are just joining me for the first time, or you're somebody in here that is here sometimes, please make sure that you're subscribed so that you get notifications that we're on here. Also, I'm not sure how many likes we have so far, but I beg you, you guys, I do a lot of work for this, and all I ask is that you guys like, and if you have a social media that you can hit share afterwards and just share it somewhere, I would be so appreciative if you made a social media that you, like, if you're like, no, I'm not posting this on my social media, you can make like separate, and I know that might sound crazy, but if you, like, for people out there that are like, I wish I could help, but I just physically or financially rather, like, couldn't, I don't ever ask for money ever. I literally ask for support, and that means like word of mouth, right? That's just what makes the world go around if people like what it is that I'm providing. That's all. I love you guys. I don't know what I would do without this big group. I feel like we've been like family for years. Doesn't it feel like we've been family for years? Almost like Steve has choked someone. Isn't that weird? Wait, what did I miss? It's usually till I'm blue in the face. Thank you, Harlot. I almost forgot I asked that question. Yes, right? Oh, JC Queen, thank you. I got some jewels. I hope I didn't miss any jewels on my crazy, not crazy, but on my rants. I think I could check over here. I think I got them all. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. That is so very kind of you. Thank you. But again, remember, you guys, it's not, whatever people could do as far as word of mouth, like, and did anybody here catch me on YouTube streets last night when I was on DT show? I tried to, he always asks like what's coming next, and I'm always like, oh my god, I knew you were gonna ask that. Like, I'm never always, not that I'm never, no, I'm usually not ready for it. I'm just being honest. I know he's gonna ask it every time. So you think I come prepared. We did, real quick side note, we did the Nancy Guthrie, we did the if anybody's interested in that case, we went through the ransom notes, both of them line by line, and I gave my psychology commentary. I did when I go on with DT, I know that there's an audience there on his side at least, and on my side too, that like, well, I know you guys don't have like a huge expectation, not like in a bad way, but like you have an expectation that I'm going to come prepared. So I make sure I come prepared, right? But then he'll be like, what's next? And I'm like, huh? Like, he'll ask me all these hard questions, and I'm like, da da da da da da da da da da da da da da. And then he's like, so what do you have next going on in your channel? And I'm like, you ask me this all the time, you think I'd have something prepared, and I don't. So anyway, I did remember to say something the other night, so I was just curious if anybody got to catching me over there on YouTube streets. It was really cool. They had me up. They asked me a ton of like psychology questions about Mackenzie Shirilla. They were so generous and kind. They're so smart, like so smart. Which one? I don't want to say the wrong one. Hold on. Someone help me. Oh my god. Krupp is a Krupp. Oh god, I hope I said that right. K-R-U-P, I want to say. Krupp. He's fucking so intelligent. There were like 4 different times that I was like, he would get an A for that. Like, oh my god. You know what I mean? Oh, they saw me. Awesome, they. So did Alloy. Awesome. Awesome. Guess what, Harlot? I did post the link, but not until after. Straight stupid. I was like, oh my God, Harlot said post the link. So I posted it, but it was done. My bad. Oh yeah, you didn't have to catch it live. I just didn't know if it. You were there, Cindy. Yes, you were. Cindy, you went on right afterwards. Oh my God, they were talking about me on Pinos. That's crazy. Thank you for telling me that. Excuse me. I had it on earlier and we were in the car and me and Gianna were talking. So I wound up turning it down. And then with the ADHD, I just forgot. And then I came home from Walmart and was like, oh, I'm going live. So I was going to go back and watch it later. Thank you so much for letting me know that. Cindy, didn't you go up right after me? You were awesome, Cindy. You could come up too here. Like, if anybody, maybe we could do a show where, that's the thing. I like that there was like no pressure. They put the link in the chat and you could join if you wanted. It wasn't like they didn't have a show where it was like just call in type thing. Like sometimes that could be pressure because I mean, I don't care how many followers somebody might have, like of their show. Like so and so not just subs, but like there's Spotify, like there's so many other outlets that there's the sites. There's most of the time when I'm on here, I'm streaming on like 6 different platforms. So I should probably make that, you know, like say that more just in case any, but I guess if you're watching through YouTube, that's probably the platform that you choose. My point being, the fuck was my point? My point was that it's a lot of pressure to make a show that you call like a call-in show and to not know if anybody's going to call in. Thank God, every time I've done it, I've had call-ins for the whole show and it has worked amazingly. I don't know why I haven't done it again. Oh, yes, I do. Because we've had Cuff You come on before, and for some reason you guys could hear her, but I couldn't. And then I had her call in through the phone. So I have to figure out a better, like, idea of how to get people up there. I think one of the things I could do is use StreamYard. And I think I could do it that way. So that might be an option and just share the link like they did. But I loved that. So maybe we could do that where I could put the link up there and people could join and give their point of view. And I like that, like, there was no expectation for me to stay up there the whole time. You know what I mean? They would have kept me the whole time, I think, if I wanted to. But there was like no pressure. It was real chill. So thank you to the YouTube streets. If anybody from there ever not only watches this but gets this long in the video, but if anybody does know them, and lets them know that I was so appreciative and that I think that they are amazing. I love what they do and I'm going to be back. And Cindy, you did such a good job, you guys. Cindy goes on right after me. And Cindy, I love your passion and I love your, what's the word I want to use? You're very, like, what you want. Like, I love that about people. Like, I love when someone knows how they feel and can articulate it. And you did a great job of doing that. So good for you. I really enjoyed watching you up there. And I would love to hear more of what all of you have to say. And I'm not one of those people where you would have to, put your picture up. Like, I know that putting, your picture up there and speaking live in front of people is not what everyone likes to do. It surprises me sometimes because it just comes natural for me. I could talk to anybody, anywhere in the world. I really can. I can, even if we don't speak the same language. I'll never forget Gianna. We were on a bus one time and there was a little girl sitting next to her. They were like one of the only 2 kids in the bus other than with Ava. But Ava was like real little. So Gianna had to be little too. She had to be like 10, like real little. And she had a full-blown conversation with this little girl through Google Translate. I was like, that's amazing. But, like Gianna, I will talk to anyone, even if we don't speak the same language. If we can communicate, I'll figure out how. But I do realize that not everyone feels as comfortable doing so. So I never make anybody put their picture on. So hopefully that, encourages people to speak their voice. And if you just want to call in for like 5 minutes or something, that's fine too. Like, you don't have to go up for the whole time, no pressure. If you have something to say and you want to stay up longer, that'll be fine too. But let's put something like that together because I would enjoy that. Now, Cindy, you need to make sure that, oh, I think you're articulate. Don't ever say that about yourself. You definitely are. You are. Oh, Queen, you did a great job. I would love for you to come up here when I do it. So we'll have to, maybe we'll plan like a certain night so that people know to look out for it. Or maybe it's one of the lives that I actually put up in advance. So look out for it because, again, even though we're talking about it here, I guess I could just have another live planned and then just throw the link in. I could do that right now if anybody wanted to come up. I don't know if anybody's interested, but let me do that right now. Who cares? Let's see what happens. You don't have to. I mean, again, no pressure. If somebody wants to come up, they can. And if you don't want to, that's okay too. But I'm putting it out there. I haven't done this in a long time. So if anyone wants to come up, there goes the link. So come on up if you'd like to. So real quick, getting back to this, back to our interview over here, we see that, well, I don't even know if he asked about accountability yet. Let's hear what he has to say.
Responsibility for what happened?
She was driving, and as a driver in Ohio, you have responsibility. Yes, she was a driver. But if she had a heart attack, hypothetical, if she had a heart attack in that car that caused this accident,
we have a very different situation.
Well, I'm using it as an example.
It's an accident.
Okay, what if she did? What if we could prove that her POTS caused her to pass out and she seized in the car?
Then it would be an accident.
What if we can prove that either one boy or the other boy did something in the car that caused the accident?
Then she would not have the intent, or maybe not the act to trigger a charge.
What if we can prove that the car malfunctioned? This is hypothetical. I'm not.
Then it was an accident.
Okay.
And maybe there's a case against the manufacturer.
Okay. So, with those 4 things or 3 things that I brought up here, the POTS, the car, the boys, the other, okay? One of those 4 or 5 things, or a combination of several, she wouldn't be responsible. Yes, she should have been charged with vehicular homicide. She's the driver of the car. She has the responsibility as the driver. Listen, if you can prove to me that she did this with intent and purpose, then she's right where she belongs. I get it.
That's what they get from the texts where she says, I feel like killing someone. I want to bang my head against it. Dom saying that he needs space. Her saying no.
That's not proof of intent. That is, how many have you ever said to anybody, "Oh my God, I'm going to kill you"?
Yes.
Okay. And if they died, should you be charged with murder?
No, but I'd have to explain it.
Okay. It's an analogy. I don't know how many times I've probably said, "Oh my God, I'm going to freaking kill you" over something stupid. It doesn't mean I'm going to kill you. And some of the stuff they used against her, like the thing that happened 2 weeks before, the supposed where she threatened to crash the car, that didn't happen. She did not threaten to crash that car.
How do you know?
Because we've got text messages that state otherwise. My understanding is that they had an argument in the car. Dominic grabbed the wheel. It almost caused the car to crash. So my daughter pulled over, told him to get the hell out of the car, and then there's text back and forth with Dominic's mother.
Before we get into those text messages real quick, Cuomo asked the cleanest accountability question here. Did Mackenzie bear any responsibility? So Steve says yes as the driver, but he then immediately puts conditions on the responsibility. So he blames it on POTS, car malfunction, or passenger behavior. This is where we separate fact, mental state, causation, and moral responsibility. A driver can be causally involved without criminal intent. A medical emergency can reduce culpability. Recklessness can support liability without purpose. These are legal categories, not just feelings. Real quick, and then we're going to bring Cindy up here. Steve says vehicular homicide would have been appropriate because she was driving. That's not automatically how charging works, you guys. So the statute means real impairment, causation, and proven circumstantial matters. His concessions is psychologically important. However, he's not saying nothing happened. He's fighting over the meaning and the degree of the responsibility. And that is my opinion there. And let's welcome Miss Cindy to the stage. So, Cindy, before I ask you, that one last thing, real quick. He says, have you ever said, I feel like killing somebody? Like, what? Like, is that even, like, this statement is, it's not like self-interpreting, right? We have to ask things like, okay, what do you mean? Like, are you really going to do it? Do you have a target? Do you always say this? Is there an escalate? Like, he's not looking at any of that. You can't just say, have you ever said, are you going to kill somebody? We've all said that. Haven't you said that?
I think everybody has at some point in time.
I probably said it twice today. No, I'm kidding. I didn't really say that twice today. But, right, point taken. Like, that's not. What do you feel about his interview so far?
Oh my goodness. I joined a little bit ago because I worked tonight. But anyway, that
Oh.
aside.
So, wait, you haven't seen this interview before?
Oh, I have.
Oh, okay. Do you remember the part where his goofy ringtone comes on?
Oh my gosh. I about spit my drink across the computer.
How secondhand embarrassed were you for? I was like,
I would have
now-
not. I would have changed my ringtone before I got on camera.
right, or put it on vibrate.
Something.
I could have, and he doesn't even like he doesn't look like, I don't know if it's a good thing that he doesn't look embarrassed. Like maybe that makes him more secure with himself. That like it's not that big of a deal. But I was like, oh my god, I hope Danny's done high school. I think she is, but I'm like, oh my god, that's like so embarrassing. I don't
There's
know.
a few things that bothered me about him with this interview.
Please tell us.
First off, did you notice how he said that he loved his kid, but did not say kids? He's got, I don't want to say her name. Lord, I don't want to say her name.
I just
He's
did,
got
so
Danny
I already
and
said
Kay.
it.
He's got Danny and Kay.
Yes.
But he only said he loves his kid.
Great catch. I'm gonna have to go back and look for that.
So that
Oh,
makes me
good.
worry about her.
Does anybody know how old she is now? Just out of curiosity, I wonder how old she is. Well, I'm trying to think. Her and Mackenzie, because on the one jail call, Mackenzie's like, "What are you in 10th grade?" And she's like, "No, 11th." I was like, "Oh my god." So, and that might have been a couple years ago. I don't know if anybody in chat knows how old she is. What are other things
I
that
don't
got
know
you
how old
too?
she is. The
Yeah, she
fact
can't
that
be that much
he
younger.
said that he said he took things from Kay to, but he had no control over her. He didn't try hard enough.
Amen.
He could have done more.
Yeah.
He just let her walk all over him.
Yeah, 100%. Have you ever been in a situation where you've had to take away something like for discipline or whatever?
Unfortunately, I was never able to have children.
Oh, I do apologize about that, but it could be with anything. Do you have an animal? Do you know what I mean? Like we use or a friend, like anything. So even and I'm sorry. If I don't know, some people don't want to have children, some may have, and I didn't even just mean with children, just in general. If like let's say you have a friend, you know those friends that are like overbearing, or if you have an animal that you have to train, and I'm not saying like training, and I'm saying in the sense of using positive and negative reinforcement, but if you don't set boundaries, right, that's what boundaries are, people tend to walk all over you, whether they're your kids, your friends, your spouse, you know, so on and so forth. What do you think about that?
Yes, I've had to do that with my cat son.
There you go. Literally,
But
we teach people how to treat us in doing that too. So, and that's for everyone out there, because I know a few people in chat that don't have children. So if you've had a friend in life, if you've had, a coworker, even coworkers, think about, like, and this is just an example, but think about if, like, I used to waitress, like, as a, growing up a lot, and people in that job often, I was always so nice, and I didn't like to say no and stuff. Like, I was always the one that was like, okay, okay. Well, if you don't say no, people are going to ask you first because they know that you're going to say yes. So it's like, eventually I had to teach myself that saying no to them was saying yes to me. But it wasn't until I set boundaries. It wasn't that somebody didn't like me or that they were purposely disrespecting me. I was just teaching people at that job that if you wanted to ask me to take your shift, I would probably say yes, even if that meant giving up something that I wanted to do. So, whether in a casual relationship, whether it be with children, your animals, whatever the case may be, human behavior is largely shaped using rewards and punishments.
Well, I did have to, when I was younger, I did have to babysit my cousin's two kids, and it was Halloween weekend. And the youngest called me the B word in Spanish.
Oh no.
And I was the adult, and they were the kids. And I said, if either one of you disobey me one more time, because I am the adult here, and your mama put me in charge of y'all for this weekend, you're not going trick-or-treating. They decided to, so the youngest decided to test me and called me the B word in Spanish again. Neither one of them got to go trick-or-treating.
Wow.
Whereas when it comes to her disciplining, she would ground them, but then let them go out not too long after. I'm like, you just grounded them.
That's right. And this is the thing. So with what you did or whatever, it's right in the sense that if you, whether it be a kid, a friend, whatever the case may be, you have to, like, stick to whatever your consequence is going to be, because then if you don't, then the whoever it is knows that you're not 100% serious. So that's why when you said about trick-or-treating, I was like, oh my God, what? Like, oh no, what happened? Because knowing me, the kid would have tested me again, and I would have been like, oh crap, but we're still going trick-or-treating. Like, even though so sometimes I think a big lesson there is what, even for Steve and Natalie or anybody listening, like, you have to keep whatever boundary it is that you set, and you set a boundary and you kept it. So I guarantee you, if you had to watch those kids the weekend after, they would have not only learned to respect that, but they would have realized that if she gives me a warning, I need to, listen, or she's going to take away whatever it is that she's telling us. So good for you for being able to stick to it. I also tell people, don't take away things that you don't think you'd be able to take away. So, like, in that case, I don't know that I would have been able to follow through. So for me, I would have said give a punishment that you could follow through with. So that's why I was like, oh my God, but good for you for being able to stick to it.
Well, see, if you tell a child, oh, you're grounded, and then not even 5 to 10 minutes later, you're letting them do whatever they want to, that's not really disciplining them. That's not really teaching them anything except, oh, I can get away with anything. She won't stick to her restriction.
Yes.
I was raised by my grandparents. From infancy, and I had the kind of granny that if she said I was grounded, and if I messed up at all, I got another week tacked on.
Yep. And you probably knew she was serious when she told you that, and I always tell people, like, you could give a warning, like, a warning's fine, but give a warning and then you have to stick to whatever it is. Right? That the person is not threatening necessarily, but the punishment that goes with it. A big part of that is knowing that outside of the home or relationship or whatever the case may be, that there are rules to society. So there's rules just to get along with people that you work with. There's rules of when you walk down the street, right? I think about the boardwalk. Everybody just knows that if you're walking north, like you stay on the right hand side. If you're going south, you go on the left hand side. But it's like there's no rule, there's no like law. You don't get a ticket if you don't do it. So like we have social rules. Think about an elevator. We do social psychology in class, and I give my students a chance for extra credit by doing like these few social experiments, and one of them is getting into a crowded elevator and facing the people instead of the door. You have to see the response that occurs. Now, I also preface it with, if you're in like, you know, the courthouse in Philadelphia or Camden, like you don't have to do this there. Like choose where you're going to do this at, because some people get so uncomfortable by it that they start to like take on like a defensive posture, like because it's abnormal. Who does anybody do that? Does anybody get into an elevator and face the people instead of the door? And if you don't, would it make you feel uncomfortable if somebody did that? Like if you were in an elevator and I came in and I faced you instead of turning around, would you feel uncomfortable?
I'm more the person that faces the door.
99% of people face the door. So that's what I'm saying, like a social experiment by going out. Kelly Dime says yes. Hey, Kelly Dime. Oh, Kelly Dime, stop it. But most people face the same way. We all face the door. So we get in the elevator, we press the button, and we face the door. So for a social experiment, to get in the elevator when there's other people, especially the more crowded it is, if you could get in, I don't have the balls. Like, I'm just being honest. I wind up laughing and I wind up, like, I feel so uncomfortable. I'll tell the people, I'll be like, you guys, it's like a social experiment for school, and I'll turn around. Like, I give myself, but my husband, he will do it with like a straight ass face, look directly, like, it's so funny. And I'm like, oh my God, like, I want to die. But people get so uncomfortable and they start to look at each other. And what I notice is with human behavior, when we don't know somebody in the room, we tend to look at other people in scary situations for validation or for protection. So you'll start to see people that never met each other before. They'll look at each other like, even if they give each other a look like, this bitch is crazy. Like, what? It's almost like, okay, well, I'm not the only one that thinks that this is crazy. But eventually what starts happening is people often will start looking at their phone and look down. It is, I don't know, I think it is so interesting. I don't know if I'm just a nerd, but to just watch how human behavior is often the same in situations, no matter where you live, which is just interesting because that just shows the innate, like, you know, how a lot of what we do is just biologically driven too. And like our environment shapes it and stuff like that.
Something else that bothered me about Steve's interview. He was talking about how, oh, Dominic and Kay was talking about getting married and they're bringing the furniture into the house and all this. They were happy, basically, is what he's saying. Those text messages, that showed a whole different scene to me.
Did you read all of them?
Whew.
Me too. I know, right? Did you see as clear as I did the progression or the change in the dynamic from the beginning text to the end text? Like in the beginning, for example, it was so common for her to be like, come on, Dom, please, please, please, please. Like, and by the end, she was like, I'm going in my house. Like,
Well, here's the thing. He had told her numerous times that he did not want her living with him, that he did not want her to move in with him, that she just needed to go straight home.
And she didn't listen.
He was talking about how he needed space, and she was like, well, if all you have to do is ask me for space and I'll give it to you. So as you saw, he tested the theory and asked for space, and what did she do? she pitched a hissy fit like a 2-year-old toddler. No, no, no. I love to hang out with you. I love to hang out with those I love. I love spending time with those I love because it makes me happy.
Yes, and how manipulative is that, right? So it's
And
not
then
just like,
and she's like at his house, like
yes,
not even after that. And there's
it's
times she's talking about how she's waiting at the door and stuff. I'm like, come on.
yes, 100%. Or times she'll be like, Dom, I'm walking home and I'm walking right past your house right now. Why is Kyle there? And you're
We
like,
couldn't even
what?
hang out with his friends without her pitching a fit.
Oh, it was bad. You're
If
right.
I remember, I want to see one of them. I think he was. What was it? Was it Kyle? What was his name? I think it was the name was Kyle. I think one of them. I believe the name was Kyle. He was at his friend Kyle's house, and she was like, "If you don't get home right now, I'm going to come over to Kyle's."
Yes. And the thing
Girl,
is, yes, and chances are, right? Chances are he probably, I mean, he probably didn't tell his friends when he hung up. Like, if he said he had to go, he probably was like, all right, I gotta go. Even if he said, like, oh, she's getting on my nerves, I need to go. But I couldn't imagine him being like, she just threatened that if I don't go right now, she's coming here. Like think about how embarrassing that must have been. So it's like, how much of this did he carry with him and try to just diffuse because of like how she might have acted? Like, she probably would have went to the house.
you saw that video where she was telling him she was going to count to 10.
Oh my God. And then kept changing like the parameters. She was like, if you don't do this in 10 seconds, and then she's like, in 4 minutes, if this gets to a 10-minute call, I'm like, oh my God. Like, she kept changing the goalpost too. She was a lot on that video.
And it part of it was something. I think it was, if this call goes over 5 minutes and I'm still not, and you still don't let me in, we're gonna break up. Man, every time he did try to break up with her, she was, no, no, no, we are not breaking up. You can't do this to me.
I believe she does that on the call because remember he said, Mackenzie, you left, you ditched, you took your stuff and you left. You said we were done, and she said, no, I didn't. I didn't say we were done, Dom. I didn't say we were done. I didn't say we were done. So I guess she did take her stuff, but like it was just like, and then she's like, no, we're not done. We're not done. Like, could you imagine someone breaking up with you and you saying back, no, we're not broken up? Like,
Goodness
how
gracious.
unhinged is that?
This is going to sound crazy, but I almost wish I would have been born in 2001 so I could have met Dominic instead and been the one that he was with. So
Oh,
she
that's
can have got her claws into him.
oh, that's
Because
actually, that actually just shows empathy, right? It shows that it shows your empathy and your ability to connect on that human level, which is something that Dominic deserved, right? Even Mackenzie deserves to connect with someone on a human level. The problem is that she manipulated the situations, and I think we see that even with her friendships with like Rosie. Rosie's friendship is very different, in my opinion, than her other friendships. And I didn't realize until about a month ago that, and tell me if I'm wrong, but she didn't meet Rosie until, or she didn't hang out with Rosie, something like that, until a few months before the crash. Does anybody know if that's right?
he was the more level-headed of the two.
Well,
He
yeah,
was always a. I liken it the way he handled situations. I liken it to being the fire extinguisher.
who, Dom?
He, to me, when I was reading through the text and hearing the videos, to me he was a more level-headed person.
Yes,
I
I
like
agree.
to I like to compare it to being a fire extinguisher to a fire, because even he would apologize even though he didn't need to.
So I think the big lesson in that, and I'm glad that you bring that up, is that if anybody, whether it's a friendship or relationship, I feel like, unfortunately, I feel like that's where I wish Dom could have been, had a better ability, like I just admitted I lack in this area too. I am a people pleaser, so I sometimes will do without something just so that I can please somebody else, and that's great, like every now and then. But eventually, when it becomes the expected thing, that's when it becomes to that's when the behavior needs to change. It's not doing its thing anymore. And I think that that's where Don very much was at when it came to even apologizing for things that maybe he didn't do just to avoid the fight. He shouldn't, it wasn't his responsibility to regulate Mackenzie's emotion. And I just wish, like you said, that maybe, had he been with somebody else, that he might have realized that. Because I do think, like you said, he was a more level headed one. And he seemed like he wanted a more mature type relationship. I just wish that he, I mean, it's hindsight, right? You always wish that the person would have seen it sooner so that the horrible thing didn't happen. But maybe that's the lesson for other people that maybe are in a similar situation, whether it be with a boyfriend, girlfriend, or a friendship, or whatever the case may be. That setting boundaries, saying no to sometimes to other people, is really saying yes to yourself.
And then there was a video where all he was doing was he was in the back seat of the car getting something out. She was, I don't know where she was behind him, but she was steadily saying, "What are you doing? Get away from me. You need to get away from me or I'm going to call the police."
Yes, she always
He was just
called
getting
attention.
something out of the back seat of the car. He wasn't even near her.
No, and she's like, "Don't touch that, Dom," or I'm calling the police. Like, I feel like that was another thing. The fact that she would threaten calling the police often just showed manipulation right there, right? Because she knew that. I mean, I'm sure you've seen the pictures where he was behind bars. Like, he did a few days behind bars, I think, for weed or something like that. But she knew that that was one of the things that would get under his skin and like scare him. Like, that was something that she could say to make him feel uncomfortable. And I feel like she used it at every moment she could. And that's not love, right? You shouldn't
He
want to
was her
say,
cash cow.
yes, right. Which
That's
is why I believe,
Dominic, I ain't trying to call you nothing bad, but I promise you that's just the way I feel.
oh my God, right?
I, I feel like he was her cash cow and she got so mad. Like, good Lord, he broke up with her so many times and she was always sending him links to a bajillion things she wanted. Oh, I want you to get this for me, or I saw this, it's so cute. I'm like,
If you
girl, get a
look,
job.
if you look up a few of those things in those messages, I was able to look up some of the links. The one thing was a $3,200 handbag or something. Like, it was something like 22 or $3,200. So it wasn't even like she was sending him like the newest thing she saw from Nike. She was sending him like $1,000 items. Like, what? Her expectations were just unattainable, don't you think?
I'm gonna do like a scenario. We're just gonna pretend that Dominic wasn't with Kay. We're just gonna pretend that I was his age. Let's do a
Here we go,
little.
you guys. Thought experiment. Here we go.
What's the word you want to call it? I don't know. Okay,
A thought experiment. Let's do it.
okay. Say I'm Dominic's girlfriend, and he's wanting to go hang out with his friends. Yes, girls have guy friends and guys have gal friends. One of my best friends is a guy friend that we grew up together. But the only thing I would say when it comes to girls, I'm like, I don't care about you hanging out with your friends. If they have girls over, just please just don't flirt with them. Just tell them from the get-go you're already taken and not interested. But hang out with your friends. You don't need to be with me 24/7. You know?
Okay, but real quick, this is what I would say. I would hope that that somebody would be in a position where you don't even have to say that, because my thing is, in a relationship, I feel like when we say those things, we're projecting our insecurities, right? And obviously
Right.
people get hurt, so that's what that is. It's our insecurities. However, when you find if you find someone that is a good person, that isn't the type of person to hurt other people, like that this is like really your person, that often is just accepted as that's what's going to be. So like I would rather
Like,
not have to tell someone that, and just to see them, you know, intermingle with other human beings in a way that respects themselves and me without me ever even having to put it out there as the expectation. So I guess my thing is that making sure that our expectations are at a level where that should be unspoken. If somebody were to go out and disrespect me in front of his friends or disrespect our relationship, I almost feel like that right there would be a red flag that do I really need to be with that person to begin with? So I like
and then
that
you
thought experiment. Go ahead, keep going. My bad.
you have that one scenario. Okay, we have that scenario, right?
Yeah,
And the other scenario, which would be the real me, it'd be like, I trust you. Hang out with your friends. Just let me know that you got there okay, and just text me when you're on your way back.
yeah. And somebody that really loves you and cares about you, that's exactly what they will do.
You know, I'm more of the second type that would say, I trust you. Have fun with your friends.
Well, this is my thing.
I wouldn't keep them
Not
on a
doing that.
leash.
Right, you're right. And not doing that, it doesn't, I feel like when you trust somebody, my thing is this, you should, because if we just go around not trusting, then are you really ever going to get yourself in a relationship worth having? So there
Exactly.
has, right, so there has to be trust there. My thing is being able to keep myself accountable, and because it's hard, because I've been there before where somebody has said or done something where I've almost wished it just didn't happen so that I didn't have to hold them accountable, because holding them accountable might make me be left out in some way. But you have to do it, because at the end of the day, if you don't have self-respect, it's hard for other people to always have respect for you. In the end, there will be people that will always respect you, and they're the people you should be around. But you have to have self-respect too, right? And I think that's what you're saying. By saying I trust you shows that you respect them, but you also respect yourself. And this is the thing, if somebody's out there and they don't feel like they could do that, there's good news here. You can get to a place where you can achieve that. And the way you do that is by trying to get, going through the old traumas of the past so that they're not repeated in the future, because human beings, just in human form, we tend to repeat history hoping it's like insanity, right? Repeating your history hoping that something different will occur eventually. Like, that's not how it works. So having that respect and those boundaries are just utmost important to even teach young people, our friends, ourselves, so on and so forth. I'm so glad
And
you came up here.
and when you're talking, if you have problems yelling and pitching a hissy fit like a 2-year-old toddler, it doesn't settle anything. It just makes the situation worse.
Amen to
Just
that.
talk like two adults,
100%. And this
the
is the thing
civil
though. So
people.
you're right. And this is where
Like,
this is where I'm going to be human. I am a product of my past, but I'm always working on myself. And one of the things that my husband and I had to work on was, well, really me. It was more me than my husband, let me be honest. But I do not like to argue. But when I feel like somebody has like accused me of something I didn't do, or like tried to say you like lied or and I don't, and I'm like, nah, like I was the first person to get in your face. Like, I'm 4'11", but I would stand 7 foot tall in my own head. Like, so I had to work on that, because I
because
eventually
you get
realized that,
defensive.
yeah, and well, it's not just that. I had to I had to learn that that's not, yelling isn't winning. You don't win when you yell. as a matter of fact, as a parent, if anybody is a parent out there, when you yell, like when you and your kid are like having a disagreement and the parent yells, in my opinion, you automatically just lose right there. You lost the fight there. So the fact that you were able to, your kid got you to lose your cool there. So we have more power than that, even in any relationship where there's leverage that we have, and part of that has to do with having respect. So I think that this is a great conversation. Thank you so much.
And then another thing, she was always wanting Dominic to buy her
enjoying this.
stuff. Now,
She
if
always
it
wanted
was
what?
Dominic to buy her stuff.
Yes.
Now, if it was me with Dom, if it was me and Dominic, I could care less about him buying out like a bunch of gifts. Just the fact that he's like right there and spending time with me would be good enough. He could buy me a 25-cent bubblegum ring and out of the bubblegum machine, and I wouldn't care. It's the thought that counts, you know?
100%. But that's a problem. Doesn't that show entitlement on her part? Like, where did she learn in her life that there's a price on love? And there's TikToks that we've watched on here where she walks through her closet and she has on like a background where it's talking about broke bitches, and if you don't have money, then shut the F up, and da da da. And I'm like, so there's somewhere, whether it be in her school, her house, wherever in her community, the TV, something, she's learned somewhere that status equals things. And that's unfortunate and I feel like her parents did her no favors, because I feel like even when they struggle, they were still willing to figure out a way to get her those things that she wanted, and but to a point of where they became expected.
It reminds me of the fact I don't see. I mean, yes, Dominic most likely loved her. I don't feel she truly loved him. I feel like she was more focused on how she could benefit her by, money and whatever.
I couldn't agree with that more. Now, this is the thing, though. That doesn't necessarily mean. Oh wait, do you have you guys hear what's it called? An echo? Do you have a second screen open, like where it's playing on two screens?
I have my StreamYard thing.
If you have YouTube playing in the background, go into YouTube and either exit YouTube or mute it. Because it comes, if
It's
not, it
muted.
comes in on two. Oh wait, that's better. Oh wait, no, it went back to. If you exit out of one of the two things, it'll stop it. Oh wait, I think it fixed it, whatever you did. Oh no, and then it goes back. You guys
That's
could
crazy.
hear it.
Am I
They
still
said they
echoing?
could hear it in the chat. Let me see if I could fix it over here. I think you might have to do it on your end. Let me see. That's weird because it wasn't. I heard it in the beginning. You have two different things open. So you have StreamYard open. And while you're on StreamYard, you have to close out YouTube.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, I could hear you. It's
Don't
that
have-
you could hear the delay.
Because I just have StreamYard open.
Huh. That's weird, you guys. Mm-hmm. Usually that's what it is. I'm not sure what it's doing.
Am I still
Let's
echoing?
watch a part of this while I try to figure it out. But people won't like if there's a do you hear it? The echo.
I just had the StreamYard open.
Yeah, Kelly said it's echoing now, but wasn't before. Oh. Will you jump out and jump back in?
Sure.
That way we could tell if it's yours or mine.
Okay.
Let's see
Hold
if
on
that-
just a second.
Here, let me see if I remove from the stage if that fixes it. Let's see. Okay, let's see. Yes, that fixed it. So Cindy, when you call back in, one of the two things have to be muted. So just make sure, or I don't know if you have like, if you could log in from a phone or something maybe, but it's not echoing anymore, which means that that's what it was. She probably had it turned down earlier, or maybe she was on her phone and walked back towards it. Oh wait, let's see, she's back. Oh, now it's echoing. So Cindy, it stopped when we got off. There has to be YouTube or something open in your background. Like there's, how else would I say it, Holly?
Let
Let me
me come back and then I'll be back.
Yeah, just make sure it's open on one thing and we should be fine. Let's see. Okay, real quick, why didn't they for come back? YouTube ad actors, I did weigh in on the Lindsay Clancy one, and I plan to do more streams on that because I feel really strongly about that case, and not everybody is on the same page as me. And I'm hoping that doing some of the deep dive on that while the case is going on just helps a little bit. So while we wait for her to come back, and you guys, I put that in there that I'm going to put it in again while we're up here for a few more minutes. Oh, wait. Oh, yes. What is up, bitch?
What are you doing?
Ah,
Hey,
I love your accent. It doesn't sound like that. I can't do it good.
I was fixing to say, I hope it's not that bad.
No, it's not. I don't know how to do a fake accent. So what do you think of this mess? But be good.
I
No, I'm
think
kidding. You don't have to.
I think Steve's got a little sugar in his britches.
Mm, stop. I almost died when I read that. So what makes you think that? So you guys, Truth has her gaydar on, she said.
He has some damn sassy ass mannerisms.
Oh my God.
He really does. He's so animated.
Okay. He definitely is animated. He's an art teacher though. He's very artsy maybe. Like
Oh, well, that don't surprise me.
um what do you think? Tell us your theory on what you think happened. Like
She
with the
was
accent.
I think she was either hauling ass, doing her normal 90 mile an hour down 35 mile an hour roads, and she forgot that turn was there, or she was arguing and didn't realize how close she was to the little T intersection like deal,
Okay.
or she got pissed off. But there's one thing that just you can't get around. When
And
you're
what's that?
driving, all you have to do is take your fucking foot off the gas.
Mm,
And that
okay.
didn't happen. So
And Cindy, I see you. I'm putting you up on stage in 1 second. I just wanted to hear what Truth has to say too, because I'm afraid that if
but
we come up
but
that
you
it's gonna
know,
echo, and I want to hear you say real quick.
as far as there being enough proof that she did it on purpose, I think it's just reckless. I think it's just reckless homicide.
Oh,
It's when when somebody's being careless as fuck and somebody dies as a result of it. It could be
okay.
something that simple.
Let's try to add Cindy to the stage with us and let's see what happens. All right, ready, you guys? Let's all pray.
What?
All right. Oh no, it's gonna echo. I could hear it. Did it echo?
Is it echoing?
Oh wait, it might be okay. Oh, Cindy, we might be good. Cindy, Truth, Cindy.
Hi,
Hello?
Truth.
What's up?
Oh
Let's see.
wait, it is echoing a little. Why is it echoing, Cindy?
I don't know.
Oh, wait. It did for a second. Now, Truth, are you echoing or is it me? Or am I crazy? Truth, say something.
I have no idea.
Now, Truth is echoing, Truth. Do you have two things open? Maybe it's just StreamYard.
No, there's no way I have two things
It must be
open.
StreamYard. Wait, hold on. Let me go to the audio real quick and see if there's something I can do over here. But at least we know that it's StreamYard and that it's not us. Oh wait, echo cancellation. Hold on, let's see. Now let me try it. All right, now all of us talk again. I might have fixed it.
Did you fix it? No, you didn't.
Oh,
Oh, that's not cool. They're like, oh wait, stereo audio. It might be on my side. Hold on. I just have to be 10% smarter. So Cindy, say something while I try to fix this real quick because you were good for a second.
can you hear me now?
All right. We could hear you now, Cindy. You're good. Now we got to get Truth to stop echoing. It must be me though, which I'm glad.
It's not. It's not me. It can't be me.
I think it's StreamYard.
It has to be StreamYard. It has to be. Shit. Okay, so
I'll leave and come back if you want me to.
leave and come back up and we'll see if that helps it. Mwah. I love you guys. Thank you for doing this. All right, Cindy, let's see. Oh, now it's going to echo with you. It has to be me. StreamYard's punishing me for doing it.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, wait, but it's just me echoing, not you. So you talk to us real quick, and we'll hear what you have to say, and then I'll just try to figure it out. I'll make sure we do a stream where it doesn't.
Okay. Let's
So
see.
give us your overall opinion on what you personally think happened in the accident, or the case, or whatever you want to call it.
What do I think happened
Yeah.
in regards to this?
The case, what do you think happened? In truth, I'm going to pick you up in 1 second. Just hang in there.
You mean before she got to court, or?
No, like, what do you think happened? If you were a juror, like, what do you think happened?
Dominic had been trying to break up with her forever, and she was mad because she'd be losing her cash cow, as she saw him, I guess. But the reason why I think it was intentional, because she turned the corner just fine, but when she got on the straight street, she accelerated to 100 miles an hour into the wall.
Mm.
And she had the choice to slow down or take her foot off of the darn gas pedal. But instead she turned the corner, and then once on the straight street, she stumped the accelerator. It went to 100. The pedal was straight to the floor, and into the wall she went.
Okay.
And the majority of the damage was on the right side of the car, which would have been Dominic's side.
My only thing with that is, well, see, I'll wait to say what I have to say till after we hang up because I'm echoing. But I think that's a good point. But do you think, real quick, do you think that she could really angle it, if you will?
I believe so.
Okay. The doctor says to make sure we turn down all of our things. But this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to hang up this call just because it's echoing, and I'm going to figure it out so that we could do a whole show of just like you coming up and whoever else wants to come up, because I think this is a really cool idea. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Can you hear me, Cindy?
Let me see.
I don't know if it's my StreamYard. Hopefully
I have
Cindy
my
can
echo
hear me.
cancellation on.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's me is the problem. Let me see. Um, I'm echoing, not you is the problem. So I can't even hang up because if I hang up, the whole stream hangs up.
I can hang up.
I don't want you to hang up. Oh, wait, did it stop? No, it's not stopping. So I'm gonna hang up just for the sake that people will on YouTube hang up because they'll be like it's echoing and people hang up on me. So I'm gonna hang up the call. But Cindy, do you have my email? I want you to email me. Oh no, did Cindy hang up? And sure, they hung up on you too. You guys, that was so shady. My StreamYard just hung up when Cindy and Shree, unless they both just hung up at the exact same time. You guys got dropped by StreamYard. Truth, I was just going to see if you sounded glitchy. I don't know why that's happening. I'm going to have to, this is what we're going to have to do. I'm going to have to do like a trial type thing where I try it with like a few people. That way we could try and fix anything before the stream. Cindy's going to try this again. Cindy, let's try this real quick. You think it's my StreamYard? I do too. Hold on, the bird. Cindy just clicked in, so we're going to try one more time. Hello.
Hi.
Oh my God. I don't hear an echo.
So I
There's
sound
no echo.
fine with me.
Nice. All right, well, let's not jinx it. Talk to me.
I believe there was a way that you can angle the car to where the right side took most of the damage. I mean, she had threatened Dominic multiple times before he even said it. You threaten my life all the time.
My only thing with that though is how, like, do you think you would be able to angle the car that quickly in like that moment?
I've never done it before, but I believe it is possible.
You said I've never done it before. That's funny. Let's see what
I wouldn't
happens.
want to do it, but I have seen others that have done it. So I'm like,
Truth just jumped up too, and I don't hear her echoing yet. Hopefully, Truth doesn't echo when she talks. If she doesn't, this is amazing. But Truth, if you don't echo, hopefully you don't. What do you think about her?
It is kind of echoing.
Oh,
It surely is.
what do you think it could be? I wonder if I close out the thing of the video I have. Let me see if I close the video.
Lots of times it can be because somebody's got another device sitting right beside another device. That can happen too. So I don't know.
Cindy, do you have your phone near your computer or anything?
no, ma'am.
No, me either. I know. It's probably it's not that
Yeah,
bad.
believe me, trust and believe I don't have another device sitting beside my desktop.
What could it be?
I like what YouTube bad actor says. I think StreamYard wants you to stop talking about Kenzie.
Ah, you're funny.
I love
You're
it.
funny. They said I'm not going. That sucks. Wait, hold on. What if I turn my mic down? I wonder if that would do enough. If not, we gotta figure this out. Maybe Truth. Maybe you can like help me one day. Do like I don't know, a private stream somehow. That's even possible.
I've been telling you, you need to do that about 30 minutes, maybe 15 minutes before you go on, just to make sure all your
I
audio
just
is
don't
working.
know how do you do
And
that.
we never do it.
Yeah, but how do we do that is my problem.
We just meet here at StreetYard and do it.
How? How do you just get it to us too? See what I'm saying?
You just send me a link and you don't advertise it.
Right, but
I
once you
think
go
that's the
live,
way you
it
do
goes
it.
out to notifications.
Harlot would
So then-
know more about that shit than I do. So would you two
That's
bad
not-
actors.
It doesn't seem that bad right now. I don't know if it's like unbearable. People tell me. It seemed like really bad before. It doesn't seem that bad now, but I'm not sure. YouTube bad actor says that it's StreamYard wanting me to stop talking about Mackenzie. You don't need to go live, I think. Huh. Oh,
But
YouTube bad actors.
I'm with you. I think
Mackenzie
Mackenzie more than likely did it as an impulsive thing, just to
Yes, tell me.
be a see you next Tuesday, you know?
Oh, God.
She probably had a moment. Sometimes people have those moments and other people get killed because of it, you know?
Yeah,
But
what do you think
proving
about
that is just, proving it's a different story. I think she got the right amount of time, though. I mean, she'll be up for parole in, what, 15 years?
I agree, and I think the more that like she just doesn't take responsibility, the worse it is because she's never going to get out of jail.
I mean, regardless, it was her recklessness is the reason why they're dead.
I mean,
All she had to do was take her foot off the gas.
Get Cindy, were you?
Yeah, she got the 15 years to life. What bothers me is that she's serving it concurrently, which is 15 years for basically for two dead bodies, basically. For the lives of
Oh, I know what concurrent is.
Yeah, instead of doing like 30.
concurrent. Okay, she had two 15 years to life sentences to be served concurrently. What that means is she's only serving for two people. She's serving basically 15 years for two people, which is the equivalent of 15 years for one person's life.
Yeah, I know. The guy who shot me executed 5 people, and he was 16. He only got 25 years. And it's like all of that ran concurrently, too. So it ended up to be like 5 years per homicide. That's not including the attempted murder on me. So
I feel like it should have been done consecutively.
What do people think in chat? Do you guys think it should have been consecutive or concurrent?
concurrent.
I mean, that would have been life, right?
I think 15 years is enough since they can't prove without beyond a shadow of a doubt that she did it on purpose.
Do you guys think
You know, what we
she'll ever
think she
remember?
may have done is not, you know, you can't convict somebody on, what do they call that? Speculation.
Mm-hmm.
You have to convict somebody on proof.
I agree. I agree. YouTube bad actors is giving me all good ideas on how we can create a fake, not a fake live, but like a live to where we could work out all these things I didn't know about. Why are concurrent sentences even a thing, says Birdie? You know why I think it's a thing? For example, the guy that killed the 4 people that killed my friend. Oh my God, I have to figure something out because I keep we're losing everybody because of the echo, I think. But I think it's because of like other things you get charged with. They usually will like let you run with it. So like let's say you have your number 1 charge is manslaughter, for example, but you're also charged with stealing and lying to police and da da da da da. They let you run it at the same time. But in this case, like Cindy's saying, does it then make it seem like, you know, is it then like 2 people died and there's 1 sentence? So I get it. I get it. You guys, I think I have to end the group thing because it's echoing and people are dropping out. We have to figure out how to do it though, because I like this idea. It takes some of the heat off of me. Would you 2 come up again if I figure this out?
Of course.
Yeah. Could it be that you have your mic turned up too loud and
I
it's your
tried to
speakers
turn
are feeding into it?
I turned it down and I muted it while you guys were talking, and it's still not doing anything. I know. Which sucks. I feel like if I talk quietly, it's not as bad.
Jamie, get your earbuds.
Oh.
Get your earbuds out.
All right, let's try that. That could be it.
You ought to get some of those old timey earbuds that's got earpods that's got the fucking
Oh,
wires to them and the little microphone that hangs off the wire. Those work really good.
Wait. Did I fix it?
Are we still echoing?
Did that fix
It's
it?
not it's not as bad as it was.
Am I echoing?
I don't hear it echoing at all.
You know what I did?
No, I don't hear any echo at all now.
Truth Exposed gave me an idea.
What?
She was talking about getting some earphones.
Oh, wait, I do hear myself echo. But tell me what you did, because you sound perfect.
Well, Truth Exposed gave me an idea when she mentioned about the earbuds and stuff. I turned my Bluetooth off on my phone that I had my earbuds connected to see if that would work.
Yeah, you can't have a
I'm
yeah, you
connecting
can't
my
do two
headphones. One
devices
second,
like
in a different spot. I had them connected to the wrong thing.
Do I sound better, Truth Exposed?
yeah, you do.
Let's see.
We gotta fix Jamie now.
Hopefully this fixes it. I don't hear anything right now, though.
Is there a name you would like me to call you, or is Truth Exposed good enough?
I don't. Are you guys talking?
You can call me Truth.
Okay, ma'am.
Is anybody talking?
You are.
You are.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear both of you.
Truth. No.
Yeah, we hear you.
We hear both of you. I don't know if she can hear us at all.
I don't know if she can either, because
That's funny. Harlot said they can hear each other and we can hear all three. Wait, did the echo go off? I have to know.
I'm fixing to back out of this clusterfuck, y'all. I gotta go.
You two keep talking. I can't hear you guys. You two keep talking. Oh no, now it's Cindy. Cindy, you keep talking for 1 second. I'm trying to.
okay.
Truth, where'd you go? They could hear you. Go back up. I need you. Why I figured this out.
We're gonna experiment, Truth.
Cindy, I don't know if you're talking, but I hope you are.
Yeah, I am. I was.
Mm,
Can you not hear?
1 second. I don't know what I did. I'm a mess. Oh wait, I did, but I don't know where I'm coming in from.
I think we're all a mess.
Maybe it's reconnecting. It says it's connecting. but it's not. The truth is too high for this. It's not. All right, I'm not putting my headphones in. The truth is too high for this. All right, I'm not putting my headphones in. I want to see if I fixed it. Because I don't hear me echoing anymore. But I also don't hear Cindy at all. Is Cindy talking? Cindy, this is hysterical. I can't hear you. Is Cindy talking? Is Cindy talking? Oh wait, I hear you, Cindy. I hear you, Cindy.
Oh, this is funny.
That is funny. I think I think I'm back, but I'm echoing. When I had my headphones on though, was I echoing? I had my headphones on though, was I echoing?
I haven't heard you echoing.
You didn't hear it echo. Harlot said I hear her now. Harlot said I hear her now. But you hear two of me because you hear an echo. Truth. I need you to carry things for 1 minute, Truth.
Hey, Jamie, turn your head just for a second. Just turn it to the left or turn it to the right. It doesn't matter.
Should I turn my mic?
No, I was just making sure you didn't have your earbuds in. You don't need another Bluetooth device going on.
But were you guys able to hear an echo when I had it on?
Yeah, it was echoing pretty bad when you had your earbuds in.
Oh. I don't hear an echo right now.
No, you don't have your earbuds in either, do you?
No, but I didn't have them in the whole stream.
Oh.
I put them in just now.
Oh.
To get my headphones. So I put them in and then I took them off. Now we just have to see if Cindy talks, if Cindy echoes or not, because I feel like one of the three of us echoes. But I'm not echoing, you're not echoing. Cindy, talk. We're going to cross our fingers.
Am I echoing?
No. Oh, I don't hear an echo. Oh, you could barely hear. Oh, they could barely hear me. Oh, fungal. This is horrible. If I put it up louder, you hear an echo. If I turn it down, you don't hear me. There's got to be something stupid that I'm not doing. You know what it is, you guys?
Your audio's always jacked up. It's always jacked up. It's just something's gonna fuck your audio up, and it don't matter. I mean, what's gonna happen? It's every stream. Something's jacked up, and even when it's only a little bit jacked up, even when it's only a little bit jacked up, like there might be a whistle in the background or something. You know, it's enough to where it might get on some people's nerves, but it's totally forgivable. And everybody will give you hell for it in chat. And then there you go. You're off for like 30 minutes trying to figure it out. I'm like, fuck.
Okay, this is the thing though. I feel like I've been trying to get a little bit better at figuring out what it is. So, but right now, I don't think we've ever really done it like this. So that's why I just can't figure it out yet, but I will. Let me see if this changes it.
Oh, I forgot. We can't drop no F-bombs. It's the wrong channel.
Wait, I just have to be 10% smarter and I might have done it.
I'm almost afraid to put my earphones in.
Did I stop it? I don't hear an echo. Oh, I hear it.
YouTube bad actors wants to know how many tabs you got open, girl.
I have just the YouTube one and StreamYard.
Okay, mute your YouTube.
My YouTube is the one with the video.
Yeah, mute your YouTube.
I X'd it out altogether. It's not up anymore.
Oh, well, you're still echoing.
It has to be this. Okay, now I just tried something else. Now it's stopped, but I don't know if I'll be able to hear you guys say something. Now see if you're talking. I can't hear you. So
You
that's
can't
what
hear
I'm
me.
doing.
Can you hear me now?
So I figured out a way how to stop. Were you guys able to hear me when I did that or no?
I mean, that's like 10 times worse.
What was?
You sounded like
What's
a
10
robot.
times worse?
Yeah, you sounded like the Terminator.
What, just now when I did that? I fixed it. I
Yeah,
turned
about
it
like
off.
5 seconds
Trying
ago.
to play with stuff. Oh, geez. Well, this is the deal. So this is what I'm going to do for everybody watching. So when it comes to the Mackenzie Shirilla topic for tonight, girls, hang on here if you can for 1 second, because I don't hear an echo. I don't know why, but I'm not going to jinx it. So let me do my wrap up from the live, and then we'll just talk about anything and we'll figure it out during that, because then the live's already done. So if people wanted to stay, they can. If they don't have to. Not that anybody feels like they have to stay, I'm sure. But let me just wrap it up real quick and then we're going to do this. So hang on. So real quick, you guys. So tonight, the strongest defense, in my opinion, oriented issue is specific. Truth, you have to mute yourself, Keith. So whether documented POTS history existed before the crash, whether relevant interviews were disclosed, whether text materially contradicted testimony or motive claims, whether reconstruction evidence was underused, whether counsel's bench trial recommendation and defense presentation were constitutionally deficit, and whether any post-conviction claim can show prejudice, not just error. The weakest claim, in my opinion, was I know my daughter, therefore she didn't do this. This was not, taking her in life behavior, or there's no self-destructive intent. The judges share a surname or professional network, or even that the crash in the case might have been fixed. So several alternatives are imaginable, therefore purpose was not proven. And the EDR cannot reveal motive, therefore it cannot support intent. Psychologically, Steve is doing what many parents do under unbearable threat, which is preserving continuity. The child he raised must remain the child he knows. Evidence that can be folded into that identity is accepted. Evidence that fractures it is reclassified as lies, editing, incompetence, or conspiracy. That pattern explains. So my hidden inside the car says she can't remember. Dominic Russo and Damien. Oh my God, was I muted? I don't even know if you guys heard anything I just said. Callie, can you hear me now? You guys, I just did my entire. Cindy, can you hear me?
I can now.
Cindy, I just did that whole outing thing and not one person heard it. And
No.
Truth, I was blaming Truth for Truth. I was blaming you um for the sound. I was joking. Come back up. I think Truth thought I was being serious when I told her to mute herself. I was making a joke for why I was trying to blame her for my sound problems. That's crazy. Why is it still echoing? That's crazy. So how about this? When I muted it, there was not one echo, which means it's definitely me and my microphone. Truth, come on up. So tell us something. Tell us something, Cindy. And I'll try to fix this while we talk real quick. And we'll just talk about life. And if you want, you don't have to stay up here with me if you don't want to either. But I figure, why don't we try and figure this out while I have you two bad actors on here who knows a little bit about what she's talking about.
I don't mind hanging out with y'all.
I appreciate that. Callie Dime, I love seeing you over here tonight too. I don't feel like I see you enough. So hopefully everybody comes back again. There's definitely some feedback, says Kelly Dime. So now I know how those kids felt on Charlie Brown. So I don't want to go through my whole thing that I just went through because I don't know. I just closed it out. And now, should I just say that, like, see, I'm echoing, so I feel like no. So you guys, anybody that joined for the live part of this, I'm going to conclude that part with, we all saw Steve. Maybe I'll come back another time. We can finish out the little bit that was left. But I'm going to try and figure out the why it's echoing. If you guys are even still here, I feel like it doesn't even, oh yeah, it does. It looks like we're live on the other thing. I love tickling you. Wait, you love tickling who? You two bad actors loves tickling Truth Exposed. Huh? Oh my god, you two bad actors never live streamed with voice. She said, I don't know shit, I just Googled it. That's funny. Truth, I was literally breaking your stones. You didn't even have to mute. I was being sarcastic. I was like, just breaking your shit. Come back up. Space Cowboy makes it even better. We need some of that up here. We need some Space Cowboy. Do you Space Cowboy it out, Cindy? Smoke, pretty much.
No, ma'am.
I don't judge either way.
I don't do any of that stuff.
Okay. So tell us about you real quick. Tell us a little bit about you.
Well, I was born and raised in Georgia. I currently live in Arkansas.
Okay.
I'm going to school for an associate in criminal justice
This is what I want to hear. Tell them why.
because of
Like what you
Dominic
wanna
and
do.
Davion.
Yep. I love that.
Because, in all honesty, I've been a true crime fan for decades, and out of all the cases I've ever seen, this is the case that affected me the most, and it woke up something in me I didn't even know that existed. And with this degree of criminal justice, I had a clear path I wanted to go in, which would be an advocate for the victims, in this case Dominic and Davion, because they have passed and can't speak their truth, but that don't mean I can't be their voice. And I also would want to be an advocate for the victims' families.
I love that.
Whereas when I was going originally for the business administration, I didn't have a clear path.
Oh,
I was
that's
just going to do that for
interesting.
I was just going to do that one for money, but this one woke up. I guess it would be called passion, the criminal justice one, because of Dominic and Davion,
I love it.
because it affected me the most.
I love that. And I mean, you're going to help other people, and that's what we need. Oh, I hate that I'm echoing. I am going to figure this out. I'm like making it worse first, though, but that's okay. Oh wait, maybe if I play around with this. Wait, let me see what this does. Mhm. I'm just playing around with buttons. Cindy, you might be up here by yourself in a minute. Hopefully not.
Can you guys hear me?
I'm back. I literally was just joking when I said you're going to be about to be up there by yourself. But wait a minute, did I just fix it by going out and coming back in?
Sounds like it.
I think I fixed it. Hey. Which means that I didn't fix it. I just got disconnected, and when I came back, it was fixed, which just lets us know that it was StreamYard, right? And I don't want to talk shit about StreamYard because then they're going to do it to us again. But you guys, we fixed it. Yes. Oh my gosh. Hey, Cindy.
Yes, ma'am.
How you doing? Now that I can like hear both of us without it echoing.
I'm doing quite fine.
Okay, so I did want to say that I do love that you are going to school for and that you want to be a victim's advocate. There's not enough people out there that have the genuine empathy and drive to do such a job. So good for you. And I wish you the best of luck in your endeavors because I think that you're going to do a great job. When people have passion for what it is that they wake up in the morning to do, they wind up doing it 10 times better than, if they didn't. So I have a feeling that you're going to do a great job.
Well, see, it's just the reason why I was going to go for the Associate of Business Administration. Yeah, you can go anywhere with that kind of a degree because there's always someone starting a business somewhere. But I was mainly was going to go because of the money, because I want to be financially stable. But when I heard Dominic and Davion's story, I was mad and sad at the same time. I cried. I was fussing and cussing and crying all at once. It just woke up something I didn't know I had in me.
Do you know what it is that you're connecting to?
No, ma'am.
Like I find that when I cover a case, there's usually something that like I realize I'm connected to. Like with this case, I think it's the fact that I have a daughter that's the exact same age. So when this happened, my daughter was the same age as Mackenzie then. So I think that's what got it for me because I could picture like my kid was driving. So it was like, oh my God, did I have these conversations with Ava? Like, does she know to like do this or not do that? Or like, what if she's in an argument with her girlfriend while they're driving? Like, that. So all those things wind up coming to my mind. And I'm like, you know, that's what connected me to this case. Do you know what it is about this case that got like your heartstrings?
No, ma'am, but you sounded like you knew.
What with you or with me?
When you
Like,
said, when you was asking me if I know why it
yeah,
affected me like it did.
yeah. Well, I want you to just be aware of it. And I bet you that over the coming weeks and months, you'll figure it out. So, like every time you listen to the story again, or every time you watch a live stream or you participate, when like something will come up that you might notice that you feel more passionate about the topic as far as like with this case. And that's usually like the more passionate you get about a specific thing, I would say like look into that because if you can find what it is, there's something. You just don't know what it is. I guarantee there's something you're connecting with here. And it doesn't necessarily mean that like you've ever been in a car thing. It doesn't mean, it could just be that subconsciously we were 17 years old before and that we might have, bit impulsive or something. I'm using like making things up. It could be a million things. Um, but
It
I'm
it
I'm
definitely
not
affect
like, yeah, go ahead.
it definitely reached to the core of my soul is the best way as I can put it.
But why this case and not another case? Because didn't you say you always like true crime?
I've watched true crime for years, but
Right.
this
So
one
why this
just
one?
affected me the most.
I wonder why. Because I'm assuming you followed cases where there's kids involved. I'm sure you followed cases where like a boyfriend girlfriend thing like and I'm sure you'll figure it out eventually. And I can't wait when you do figure it out for you to share it if you're willing. But you will figure it out eventually. But I'm dying. There has to be something. Do you guys in chat know what I mean too? If anybody in chat feels that way about a case, let me know what case you feel attached to and if you know why.
And to be honest, I don't think that they got the justice they deserved. I mean,
Maybe that's it.
agree to disagree. I will agree to disagree respectfully. But
With what?
the 15 years to life concurrent sentence, that I don't, that to me doesn't feel like justice for Dominic and Davion because she's basically, it's the equivalent of doing time for one life when she took two. It should
Yeah.
be consecutive, which would be 15 for Dominic and then the 15 for Davion. It'd be consecutively, so it's like 30 years.
Right. So it feels like she's only being sentenced for one instead of both when you do a consecutive. I get that.
It reminds me of one of the buy one, get one free deals.
Which probably goes along with that whole Davion being cargo, which is a horrible thing, right? But remember that whole thing, like I feel like he gets the side thing all the time. So, you know, I could see how that might feel like there's not enough justice or that she's like buy one get one free like you said, like I'm doing time for this, why I do time for something else. I get that.
It's like she's only being punished for one person losing her life instead of two.
If she did 30 years, do you think you would feel that that was justice?
If you want my honest opinion, I would have liked her to have life in prison without parole because
So that kind
she
of goes
murdered two
to
people.
what I'm thinking though. So like if she did get them like one after the other, like I wonder if that still would have felt like justice. You know what I mean? Like is there really justice when somebody loses their life, you know? So like I'm wondering if like I wonder even if she did get life without parole, if that's like there still might feel you were always going to feel that hole for the people that we lose because of somebody else's actions, whether there was intent or not, right? So even if somebody's watching this and they don't think that there's intent, a lot of us can agree that like she definitely deserves to be punished. Like so I can get why, you know, some like why it might feel like buy one get one for a lot of people. I
And
get that.
she's not taking responsibility and she's not remorseful. She can act like she's remorseful all she wants, but it's fake.
It's fake or it's self serving. So like for example, I believe that Steve thinks she was grieving after the accident for, you know, Dominic and Davion. I believe that she probably was grieving, just not for them. She was probably grieving her loss of not getting everything handed to her anymore, not having her own place to stay, not having a boyfriend, da da da da. So I'm sure. So that's my thing. Like sometimes we can see the emotion we're expecting in someone and it just not be for the reasons that we're expecting. So I don't doubt, in my opinion, that she's felt grief at some point, but I think it was for herself and not for them,
Exactly. Exactly.
right? Like upset that she got, you know, that she got in this situation or that she doesn't have a boyfriend anymore, or that she's not living in her own place anymore. Like she had it really good. And to go from that, Kelly agrees too, right? So I mean, I believe the parents when they say that they think that she's felt grief. I just don't think it was for the victims. Just like,
And the
and not
fact
for
that she
nothing,
said that that was her house, that she
her
was,
house.
when it wasn't, it was not her house. Even
That
Dominic was like, it's not your house, it's my
no, that was
house.
that was ballsy. And then when he says that, she wasn't like, oh, I just meant like the one that I live in. Like she didn't even fix it. You know what I mean? Like she was like, that is my house, Dom. Yes, it is. I was like, what a
Controlling. Controlling.
so controlling. So controlling. Oh my
I'm
God,
a I am a victim turned survivor of DV.
that's what it is. That's what it is. I knew we would figure it out. That's what it is. So, okay, in my opinion, there's something. There's no way that we just connect to a case like this where we feel it and it for no reason. It's probably my opinion, and this is just my opinion right now. Or I'm going to say, how about not even my opinion? I'm going to put that out there and have you reflect on it in your own time. But could it be that you see the DV going on with Dom and you notice that within your own patterns in life that you've been through, and that's why because you feel like, let's be honest, you feel the most connected to Dom in the situation, I feel like. So there has to be something that goes, so maybe you see yourself in Dom. Could that be it?
I wouldn't exactly say it's just because I'm just connected to Dominic because Davion.
No, not like that. I feel like you understand like how you'll say like Dominic's very like in their text messages and all, like could it be that you're identifying with his DV experience, not his other experiences, like the experience of being in a relationship like that?
And besides, I've noticed that when it comes to a female being a victim of DV, oh, the police are all over it. People go out of their way. But let it be a male, whatever.
Mm,
There's
yeah,
not as much effort put into, hey, yeah, he's a guy, but that don't mean he can't be a victim of DV, you know?
absolutely, 100%. And
Because
I would
it's
go
not just females that are victims of DV, it happens to men too.
it absolutely happens to men. And I wonder if being a man worked against him in the sense that he might not have um he might not have maybe confided in someone, for example, because he might have felt like, somebody might be like, she's like this tiny little thing, like what are you talking about? Like a lot of times, and people don't realize that it's not about someone's size, it's not about that, it's about like the coercive control and all those things that we saw in those text messages. I mean, I saw, you know all kinds of emotionally abusive things going on within the text messages. So I'm sure you saw the same thing. And thank you, old enough to know, for the jewels. I appreciate that.
It's like the men get the short end of the stick when it comes to DV.
Yeah, you sympathize with him, says Callie Dunn. I
And
get that.
Davion, bless his heart. I
I
mean,
know.
him and Dominic had dreams, but they got taken away from them.
That's so true. That's so true. And like what a lot of people have to realize too, right, with Davion especially, his sisters, like I think about them and my heart breaks because he's like their link to like their past.
He
And
was all they had.
yeah, like that sucks. That's terrible.
It was like he was the glue that held them together.
Yep. That's what it seemed like. It's one of the things that the sister said that like hit my heartstrings was that he was the one person that knew their past. And I thought that was sad because I think the parents, thank the girls were a little bit younger. I think he was 8 years old when they finally were adopted. But him and his sisters, they went through a lot together. So, I mean, to rip that apart is just a tragedy. Yes. Oh my God, Davion was a tragedy, said old enough to know. That's so crazy. I literally just said the same thing. It really is.
And another thing, there's another thing I think that might have really ticked off Kay. Because she was the type, if I can't have him, nobody can. Talking about, Dominic, if she can't have Dominic, nobody can.
Oh,
The
100%.
fact that he was close with Davion and getting closer, like brotherly closer, I think that might have upset her too, because she was like, I'm losing control because there's someone else here. And I think
Oh,
a
okay.
part of me thinks that maybe Davion also went as in like maybe a protector of Dominic, hoping that if he would went with, Davion going with them, it'd be less, I don't know the right word, less of a tragedy, less of a fight.
Or less likely that maybe they would argue if he was there.
It was
Because
almost like he was trying to be a buffer.
Didn't they say that he often would like be the mediator?
Yes,
Not
it was like the
necessarily just for
buffer.
them, but just in life.
Yeah,
Hmm.
he was a buffer type.
Yes. You know, it was interesting. I don't know if you caught the interview that Melly did with uh oh, what's his name? Landon?
Oh
Bubba?
Lord.
Yeah, she did an interview with Bubba. But it was interesting because I found a lot of contradictions, and one of them I found had to do with this. So in one sense, he said that Davion was the type that he thinks Davion would have absolutely tried to like jump in and mediate type thing. And then about 10 minutes later, he says something about Davion wouldn't give it, um he wouldn't have wanted to been involved in their argument. He would have like so like he winds up saying something completely different. So I'm like, which one is it? Would he not wanted to get involved, or would he wanted to get involved? Did you
Exactly.
catch it? Oh, you got to catch it. The one like you have to say it. It was interesting.
He's full of contradictions.
There was a few. Mm-hmm.
Something else that got me about her father was when he said that if he could, I'm trying to remember I don't want to say it wrong, but it went to the effect that if he could turn back time, if he had a magic wand, he wouldn't have went back and saved Davion first. He just made them all
Oh,
disappear.
what the hell? Who says that? I thought the same thing.
When he said that, I'm like thinking, what did he just say?
Mm-hmm. He would just um he would just wish that they all disappeared. I was like, what? This is the thing. Mackenzie doesn't do a good job of taking accountability, but neither does her parents.
Nope.
So that's where I feel like they have to um, hold some responsibility in the way that she turned out, in my opinion. What do you think?
They're still trying to cover for her, making excuses for her.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. It's
Man, if that would have
unfortunate.
been me, my granny would have made, if that would have been me growing up, my granny would have been, if she stuck me in juvenile, I ain't getting out until the time's supposed to get out, if that happened to me.
Mm. That is
My
interesting too.
granny, I as all kids do, they backtalk their parents.
Uh-huh.
Like I said, I was raised by my grandparents, and I had a mouth on me. I could backtalk with the best of them.
I could too. I was known for that too.
My granny almost put me in juvenile.
Oh no.
And then when she took me and the officer's talking to me and I saw what was going on, it scared me out of my mind. I'm like, yep, nope, I don't want to be here.
My dad threatened it once, and my mom was like, she is not going there. It was so funny.
My granny said what she meant and meant what she said.
And that's what you're supposed to do.
She didn't mince words.
That's how you should be. That is how you should be. Oh, this is really cool. I'm so glad we were able to figure this out. I don't know what happened to Truth. Truth, she should come back up. You're out there still. I need to hang up soon. How long have we been on here? Holy mackerel. It's been, let's see. Oh, it usually shows me the time, but it didn't. Oh my God.
I agree
it's
with old
14
enough to know
hours.
parents are not your friends.
But parents are not your friends. Isn't that the truth? And I
I
think
agree
that's
because her and her mama talk like they're best friends or sorority sisters.
they really do. So I just did, um, I'm gonna have to post it, you guys, but I'm working on it, whatever. I did it, it's like a video, whatever, but it's got like bits and pieces from audios that of the jail calls, and there are so many where the mom is giggling like a schoolgirl, like she just finds like the littlest things. I know, I got an example. There's one jail call where Faith is trying to find her like in the window, and she's on like three-way with Mackenzie. So it's Mackenzie, the mom, and Faith. And the kid Tyler, whose party it was, he was there with Faith, like in person. They were trying to go find her out the window, and the mom's like, "Oh, this is like a little Kenzie scavenger hunt," and she says it like 4 times. She's like, "It's a Kenzie scavenger hunt." I was like, "What?"
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about all that.
That's just a strange family. I only feel bad for for their other daughter.
Oh, I know, Danny. It's
She
poor
gets the
kid.
short end of the stick.
She does.
I mean, her
She
mama
does.
took away her bed frame.
I not only did I think that that was terrible, but I thought that it was terrible that the mom, knowing that everything she says, how many times does the mom say to Mackenzie, Mackenzie, don't talk, don't say that, they're listening, Mackenzie. So the mom is hyper aware that other people are listening to the calls and thought that it was okay to tell us all that she took the bed frame away because the kid put food under the bed. Like, I thought that was like horrifying on so many levels.
That makes me think that she was being, I don't think starved is the right word, but food was being held back from, she was being held back from being able to eat.
That would be terrible. I had an eating
You know what I
disorder growing
mean?
up, and I used to hide food too. So I maybe that's where I like my connection there. Like I feel really bad for Danny because that would be terrible. Like I couldn't imagine anything being more humiliating than my mom taking my bed frame away because I got caught sneaking food.
And I had seen some vacation pictures that had Dominic and Kay's family, and Danny was, her face was like blurred out in a few, but yet you could see
No.
Kay's face just fine and dandy. I'm like, y'all do know that
Ugh.
that Danny's part of the family too, right?
Oh, that's terrible. I
It's
don't like that.
I don't either. Why would you block out your other daughter's face, but let your
Because she's not the epitome of what, you know, and I hate to say this, but I feel like Mackenzie gets like um favored because they see her as the more socially um what's the word I'm
acceptable?
looking, yeah, like yes, like she like she has like she's able to talk to people, like stuff like that. I know a lot of people don't think she's attractive, but I don't think she's not attractive. Like I don't, you know what I mean? Oh, they do the Carney talk together. That's a huge one. The Carney talk. Thank you for reminding us old enough. And I've transcribed so many of those Carney jail calls. The gibberish, it's unbelievable. Have you heard their gibberish? Like translate it.
This is what I find funny. When I say funny, I don't mean like in a ha ha funny way. But Kay and her mom's always like saying, "We don't have nothing to hide. We don't have anything to hide." And they'll be talking plain English like you and me are doing right now. And the next thing you know, they're talking that carny jibber jabber. If you
Yes.
don't have
Have
anything to
you?
hide, why are you gonna go speak in
Mm,
plain English and then all of a sudden change to carny if you have nothing to hide?
100%. And I just did a short. Wait, which one is it? Oh, maybe I didn't put it on my YouTube. Maybe I just
Don't
put it
even
on.
get me trying to talk carny. I will butcher that real beautifully. I
Wait,
can't do that to save my life.
I transcribed it. Wait, let's listen to one. I transcribed it. Ready? Let me share one with you. You're gonna die. I literally, my ADHD brain was like, oh, you got it. I got this. Wait,
And
let's
while you
listen
look
to-
for that, I'll tell you,
listen
I had the
to-
kind of granny, I had the kind of grandparents, especially my granny. If she didn't care where we was, she always told me, "You're never too old to get your butt whipped by me." She didn't care where we
No,
were.
I love that.
If I needed a whooping, I was gonna get a whooping.
I love that.
She was one of
That's
those.
great.
You want to cry? I'll give you a reason to cry. I mean, she
Right.
wasn't. She wasn't. I don't know. I can't say that with the. I don't,
Well, she held you accountable when, you know what I
She
mean?
held me accountable. Yes.
And that's why you're probably a good human being. And you're not entitled.
No.
You know which one I'm going to let hear? This one's controversial. Do you remember the one where in court they said that she said, wait, hold on, what does it say?
Can we just
Okay.
tell them Can we just tell them I
Yeah,
had a
wait.
seizure?
Guess what? That's not what she says. Let me show you what she says. Let's watch it. Ready?
Yeah, like, can I just like take my whole license away for like 10 years or something? He's into cheesy Caesar visas, he's always like,
It's I think I have to mute us when I put it on, but did you hear it? So she said, in my opinion, she says, can I just say, why can't I do community service or just like take my whole license away? So I
I
hear
remember
that too.
that.
I'm gonna mute us both and then I'm gonna play it one more time so you guys can hear it. And let's see. Let's see what happens.
he's like, all these seasons a visa, you can? Yeah, like, can I just like take my whole license away for like 10 years or something like that? He's like, he's into cheesy Caesar visas, he's always like, Jesus, he's taking his all these seasons a visa, you can? Yeah, like, can I just like take my whole license away for like 10 years or something like that?
That crazy. Did you hear it?
Yes, ma'am, I did. It's ridiculous.
But she doesn't, I don't think she says the seizure thing. I think she says, can I just say, this is the one where they said that she said, can I just tell the, what did she say? Can I just tell them that I had a seizure or something? When Natalie went on Chris Cuomo, she tells us, because she says it before in a different interview that she doesn't say seizure, but she never tells us what she does say. On Chris Cuomo, she says, she not only tells us that she said community service, but then she tells us the difference between how community service sounds and how seizure sounds. And I was like, wait a minute, I learned how to translate this. So I went back and I listened to it again and I was like, oh my God. So I don't know if anybody else hears it, but I don't hear, can I say that I had a seizure? I heard, can I say, why can't I? Which I think is just as bad, but I do hear community service. Oh, thank you, old enough, for the jewels. Isn't that
It's
crazy
just,
though?
it's just a crazy. It's just a hot mess all the way around.
It really is. Let's listen to one more. Let's see.
Cheesy, please, you do that. You need to get up here.
Okay.
Cheesy, really, we want you to get there.
That's okay.
Cheesy, please,
Tell me about your room.
Oh, my room? If she may, I'll see. I'll ask if she let me make another phone call. I'll ask. Either we like to see that either she's living here, she's a beat over the kid, either she's a speed up. Oh, it's like yeah.
Tell him that your mom freaks out and doesn't let you do that.
Neither it's like we don't hear she's a beat neither she's scared.
Oh.
Also, yeah. You need to talk to Jim too, and you need to.
He's calling me right now.
Jim is calling you right now.
Yeah.
Either we don't see that you do see me there you.
Oh, I love you, baby.
Either really Peter either Friday we she's always and she's either I'm scared me then.
Uh-oh.
Either I'm scared to see the okay to the kid really need to see the meeting with like we don't see the feeder with like.
Wait, in the psych ward?
Either really we don't really need to with like either to see the Peter either to this kiddo.
Okay.
Either I'm scared you need to keys all them and kiddo them to me is off the split door.
Honey, I can't make it. You're an adult. I can't do it.
You do keep in. See that it's a future kid always a kid there. Either kid out.
I'll try. I did. I tried.
You do feed that.
Okay.
You do feed that. You do.
All right.
Either skipping really feed or either freezing with the kids always and she's either I'm scared me then.
Uh-oh.
Either is the feeder. Either kid or kid to the kid really need to feed me with like we don't see the feeder with like.
Wait, in the psych ward?
Either with either breathing with and really need with like feeder either to this kiddo.
Okay.
Either I'm scared there. You need to keys all them and kiddo them to me is off the split door.
Honey, I can't make it. You're an adult. I can't do it.
You do keep in. See that it's a future kid always a kid there. Either kiddo.
I'll try. I did. I tried.
You do feed that.
Okay.
You do feed that. You do.
All right.
Okay. So it. Oh my God, you guys. Thank you so much, Ivy. Thank you so much, Ivy. I'm like talking. What'd you think about that one? Oh my God, you guys. Thank you so much. I'm getting like jewel bombed. Wow, thank you. Oh my God. Ivy, thank you. And old enough. That is so kind, you guys. So can you believe that I actually went through and translated them?
Kudos to you.
Were you able to like hear it with my translation?
Yes, ma'am.
You could follow?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I love that. Yes. Should we do another one, you guys? Wow, Kelly Dime. Thank you, you guys. Oh my God. Thank you. Wow. All right, let's try another one. Maybe they like it. Hold on, let's try it. Let me mute us again.
Either with the kid and with the kid. Even if it's a kid and I'm dealing with and the kid and scared.
Yeah. That's okay. Just do one. Do what you gotta do. It must be because you had access to mental health from juvie and the papers got transferred over.
Neither. Either the kid that they're using this as an intake pod, I think, but you need to keep calling
Oh. Eventually you will be.
Either he's like
Yeah.
She is
Well, how many staff is in there?
We like I'm scared is a speeder. I'm waiting reader either me like reader. She's a kid needs to be the leading to the meeting. What do you say?
So can you call me again later?
Either be the first reason we're meeting kid is like we like getting it to the meeting with like we're getting it to the kid and me like kid on back to see. Alright, after I get off this call with you, I'm gonna do commentary. Either I'm scared reason we like kid is the kid died. Either me like she's that pretty that leads them to the.
Okay, just keep to yourself. Don't be, you know how to do it.
Well, I'm about to do it myself then, because hell no.
Just tell everybody I have no money. I only have money for.
İşte şeylerimizi kilim dedim we don't kill. Even if it's a kid and do kidu. I'm doing we don't be the killer either.
Yeah. That's okay. Just do one. Do what you gotta do. It must be because you had access to mental health from juvie and the papers got transferred over.
Neither. It's the kid that did either within these they're using this as an intake pod, I think, but you need to keep calling Visa, me do Visa, Visa.
Eventually you will be.
Either, please, meeting with the
Yeah.
Jesus,
Well, how many staff is in there?
He's a Caesar. He's a Gizo eating Rita, either me like Rita. She's a kid.
Oh, yeah.
He's a bit of living cheese meeting. What do you say?
So call me again later?
He's a bit of cheese with some real amazing kid. It's like we're like eating it, cheese meeting with like with the kidding it, it's a cheese, I'm like she's all back to see. Alright, after I get off this phone with you, I'm gonna do commentary. He's Caesar, Rita, he's like Caesar is the seaside. He's a music seaside. He's a little kid and be with a kiddo. Even if he's a kid and be the kidu, I'm dealing with with on be the kiddo and skider.
Yeah.
Okay, so that gave me jewels. That was so very kind of you guys. Thank you, Ivy, and thank you, Jenny. Harlot, thank you. Oh my God, you guys, thank you so much. I appreciate this so very much. Thank you. So what did you, like, isn't this crazy? So I think it was Kelly Dime. Somebody asked if I learned how to do this. So whoever it is, I don't know. But what's its face? It's not that I learned how to do it. What had happened was I was like, I didn't know how. That's what I meant to say. I didn't know how to do it. I listened to it and was like, I have to figure this out. So once I figured out that she was putting EZZ before every vowel in the word, so like let's say hello, she would say heezy, ezo. But she would say it so fast. So anyway, some of these I listen to now and I'm like, what the fuck was I thinking that I sat there and figured this out and like listened to it? That's crazy. But I just was on a mission. What do you think?
She keeps saying supposedly she's scared.
She does keep saying, I think so this part, I'm glad you picked up. Oh my God, was I talking that whole time and you couldn't hear me?
I honestly can't believe that she's scared because of how she was always a bully.
Yes. So what I think this is, and thank you old enough to know, what I think this is, I think in the calls, this is early on in her jail calls, and I think she's not used to anybody yet because I need to find the one. I just did one where she is straight talking crap about people in the jail, and she's like, there's this one girl, her boyfriend killed her baby, and da da da. And here we then later realize that this is Diamond that he's talking about because she winds up telling us about Diamond. But there's like these gibberish, like she talks crap on people. There's so many different things. Were you interested in it?
Sure,
Should
I'll
we do
listen to
another?
it. I remember that one too. And then she kept bad.
Which one should we do?
And then she kept bad talking to that lady that kept saying, ma'am, ma'am.
Yes, that was terrible. That was terrible. That was really bad. Let me put on one real quick because Thor is going nuts outside barking at someone. And that'll give me a second to go get Thor in. let's do this one, and then I'll wrap it up in a little bit too, because I think we've been going forever. Not that it matters, but thank you for chilling and hanging out with us. This is pretty cool. All right, let's put this one and let's see what happens.
hold on, I'm gonna say this. I'm in here with these a girl. She's tweezan TD weezan. He's bizoi freezing kizot, he's bize biza, he's bizo, he's in here, bize kizot, he's dido, nizo, hizu, did. She's a little bit of nizus. She's a little piece of weed like girl.
What's her name?
Either dido, nido, either dido, reading me
Does she have long black hair? No, that's not her.
Either she did.
Okay, I'll have to say.
Either bleed with eyes, pizzo, pizzo.
All over the news. I don't even know what to look up. Okay.
But yeah.
Now about your situation.
Yeah. I asked her they play. Either with she's like getting she's with on lead a did she's tweet and she's like with a juice like she's like you do these on she's these up create like she's with us like these is I lead like he's a chrism is a middle is I'm like miso Jesus you lead like you do juice like either with her she's like eating either with us like with a did you get a kid out with it she's like me I'm like man what the fuck either with she's like eating she's either that wheezy then she's at least like I was like why don't you Jesus be do wheezy at least like this either need that drizzle
right
but yeah she's that she was cool though I fuck with her like
oh that's good
is a girl isn't here with drizzle she's a lizong like she took her wheezy either eating she's a bizo a girl
okay
and she's casual either you don't really meet them either he's her name she cooled up. If I'm hold on, I'm gonna say this. If I'm in here with is a girl, she's tweezan TD weezan. He's her bizoi freezing kizot, he's her bize biza, he's her bizo, he's in here, bize kisses, he's a dido, nito, hizu, did. She's a little bit of nizus. She's a little piece of weed like girl.
What's her name?
Is I don't need a is I don't read me.
Does she have long black hair? No, that's not her.
Either she did.
Okay, I'll have to say.
Either bleed with eyes, pizzo.
All over the news. I don't even know what to look up. Okay.
But yeah.
Now about your situation.
Yeah. I asked her if they play. Is I with she's like getting she's with on lead a did she's tweet and she's like with a juice like she's like you do these on she's these up create like she's with us like these is I lead like he's a chrism is a middle is I'm with like miso Jesus you lead like you do juice is it with her she's like eating is it with this like with a did you get a kid out with it she's like me I'm like man what the fuck is I with her she's like eating she's with that wheezy then she's at least like this like I was like why don't you Jesus do wheezy at least like that's isn't need that drizzle
right.
But yeah, she's that she was cool though. I fuck with her like.
Oh, that's good.
Is a girl is in here with drizzle. She's a lizong like teacher hitter weezy. Is that eating she's a bizo a girl.
Okay.
And she's casual. You don't really meet them either. She's her name. She cooled up. Visa she's leads visiting that Nizam. He's at visa.
Oh, good.
Thank God. She's easy to do. Neither visa wizard is a redown to me. He's a given. She's just fucking staring at me and shit. What was she told the staff I'm bullying her or some shit? I'm dead as fuck. Yes, like she's on me say Weezai visa He's like, she's like, 비자 이사 티자 기생 이자 비자 미지. He's like, Jesus. Jesus, 이자 이제 비자 띵티주 티자 비자 스티자 비자 비자 리지 이징 이주.
How does she know that you're talking about her?
비자 시자 비자. He does a 비자 비자 미자 비자 리지 이징 이주. We then you need a bitter easy reading. She's a miza biza reading. He's like, biza she's a biza me like season.
Right, right.
Biza biza she's lazy reading it at miza and he's at biza is a pizza.
Oh, good.
Thank God. Cheesy needs to do neither wizard is a resound missy to given. She's just fucking staring at me and shit. What was she told the staff I'm bullying her or some shit. I'm dead as fuck. Yes, like she's on me say we side these like she's just like she's like he's a beat out me he's like Jesus. Jesus is a easy and he's like she's on this staff is I'm busy eating you.
How does she know that you're talking about her?
She's a reason. He does this a pizza means I busy eating you with a new need a video is eating she's a miss at the reason with like pizza she's a diesel me like season.
Right, right. Just ask, is there a job I can do or something to help? Yes.
Neither, be the key to the season.
I showed this last one, how crazy was it that we just watched her dad with the whole bullying thing and how he said my daughter's not a bully, and now we just caught her talking gibberish to her mom about being accused of being called a bully behind bars.
Dr. Vona,
Yeah.
could you explain to me what she meant by the Schedule 3, what it meant by the Schedule 3?
Oh, she said, okay, so how about that? So not only was she accused of being a bully, I feel like we heard her being a bully. So let me explain that real quick. So she says to the girl, I forget what the girl said. The girl said, do I look like something? And she said no. And then she went to her mom. She went, yes, you look like you're on drugs. Like that's what she like says to her mom about the girl. And they start laughing. Here, Mackenzie, the girl, is in jail for that rug, and Mackenzie asked her, why don't you just do weed? It's a Schedule 3 drug. This is the thing. So Schedule 3 drug is the government and what trouble you could get in for it. It was a Schedule 1 drug for, I think isn't it still? I think it's supposed to be. Oh, Cindy, you're right here. Oh my God, I was just reading chat as if there was another Cindy, and then I just realized, oh my God, straight A stupid. Anyway, it's been a minute, but it's about controlled substances, and right now, or for the longest time, forever, weed has been a Schedule 1 drug with like heroin, and which is why you get in so much trouble if you get caught with it type thing. Now they've like lessened the laws in certain states and stuff like that. But it's still, let's see, it's Schedule 3 now, but it was a 1. That's what I thought, Kelly. My husband just told me that the other day. I couldn't believe it. So we finally made it a Schedule 3. What that means, awesome. I'm glad it's Schedule 3. It should have been Schedule 3 all along. Schedule 3 takes it off the same punishment as and takes it off the same, how society deems it as it would if you had heroin on you, pretty much. So, and with Schedule 3, we now, so it makes it less, what's the word I'm looking for, you guys? It's the schedule of rug that it is. So it's like someone said the word. What's the word I was looking for here? Does that make sense what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am, it does. And Old Enough
Okay.
to Know said it meant controlled substances.
Controlled substance, that's it. So, but making it a Schedule 3 now, we can like research it and stuff. So there were like things that we couldn't do as it being a Schedule 1 drug. With a Schedule 1 drug, think of like H, right? You can't induce a high with H just to study something because it's not considered ethically, like that's not ethical to do that. And there's no, research reasoning to do it. So, but now that pot is Schedule 3, they can do research studies on the effects of, marijuana and mental illness and different things like that so that we can study it. So that's good. In New Jersey, people are, wait, what was the first part of it? Jenny, are you in New Jersey? I work in New Jersey. Aren't even getting, oh, people in New Jersey aren't even getting charged with weed anymore. Well, that's because in New Jersey, if you're on the boardwalk, like I am often, and I wish I will be in the next few days, there is literally a pot store, like somewhere that you could buy pot on every street on the boardwalk, let alone in New Jersey. Like it's everywhere. Same thing in Philly. You know how like when there's like a presidential campaign, you'll go down the street and like in the median they'll have 1,000 campaign signs. Well, there's like 1,000 of them for like weed people, like weed doctors like it's almost like campaign signs, but they're for like got weed. One will be like 1-800 got weed. It's crazy. So you could get weed anywhere in Philly and New Jersey. Anywhere. Same thing in New York. There you go.
Hey, do you remember her that book or that list?
Oh, her hate list? Or
I
her, yeah.
the B list.
Yeah, what a mean girl.
I didn't mean to get off topic, but I saw
No.
a video. I saw a video, and there was a guy that the name was almost identical to the name that was on the list, but there's a little bit of a difference in the spelling. But we all know that her spelling's crummy anyway.
She cannot spell. I can't spell, but she really can't spell.
But this particular guy's name, he unalived himself because she had bullied him.
Wait, what?
I had to go through, I've watched so many videos. There was a guy that was listed on her list.
Yeah, I know, but I can't believe wait, what? Like, can you if you find that video, will you send it to me?
Yeah, he ended up unaliving himself. And it did, with the exception of the misspelling of his name, it basically matched the person's name.
And
I'll see if I can find it for you.
Wow, I need to see that.
If I can find it again, I'll definitely. Would you want me to post it in your comments, or where would you want me to send it?
I send it to my email. It's real easy. It's jamievona@gmail.com, but it's JAIME.
Okay.
VON. So just jamievona@gmail if you want. If you ever,
Okay.
If
I can find it.
Yeah, that would be amazing. I would love to hear all about that.
Because the thumbnail it asked if she was responsible for a third death.
Wow.
And I'm like, or third victim or something to that effect. I'll see if I can find it again.
Yeah, that would be crazy. That's crazy. Wow. All right, let's listen to the very end of this, and then I think I'm gonna wrap it up because I think we've been on for like 5 hours or something, and it's like 4 o'clock in the morning where I'm at. So what time is it for you? Where are you? Like, you don't have to tell me where you're at, but like, what time is it for you where you're at?
2:48.
It's 3:48 where I'm at. All right, hold on. You want to listen to the rest of this with us, and then we'll wrap it up. You know?
I can hear you, but you sound like a robot.
I'm going to need it in a second. Are you down? We'll listen to the rest of this. And then we'll close it up. No, I don't know what's happening. All right, I'm going to play this.
He's a busy. She's don't listen either.
Oh, well then wait until
He's It's the one from earlier. I was like, he'd eat out, she's releasing, be like, she's a weeding, she's eating, he's like, me, daddy, I eat that. He's right, I feed and me, I read and feed, like, feed, I eat out withers. Where's the feeder? Then don't piss me the fuck off, like.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Just ask, is there a job I can do or something to help? Yeah.
Nizo, bizikizo biza, Steve he's a business. He's a only like either.
Oh, well then wait until
He's it's the one from earlier. I was like, he's on me the police on either me that resume. Either she's like he's with the beat either she's or lazy, be like she's a weeding, she's eating either he's a be like me, that is I eat that. He's right, I feed me that resume feeder was like feed I eat out withers. Where's the pizza? Then don't piss me the fuck off, like.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Okay, that would be it. That would be it, but I didn't realize there was like anything left. I could have just finished it out before
I'm gonna draw your attention to laboratory number 23-01723. Do you recall?
Okay, so I want to give you a special thanks to Cindy for joining me. I hope you guys can hear me. I'm breaking up right now. Can you hear me?
You're still robotic.